Ready. Play.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, everyone. I am starting a little earlier for this particular encounter, which I don't know why I have Iga Swiatek against the wrong opponent there. I am going to correct that right now, which is a good job I've seen it early. But I'm actually starting the show a little earlier because we've got some drama going on. We've got Jabeur serving for the match in front of me over on Susan Longlen against Osorio after a pretty epic three-setter. She's at 30-15. We've also got Carlos Alcaraz, who is a break down to Jesper Jong in the third set, albeit that the Spaniard does lead by 2-0. So plenty of things going on. Let's see if Jabeur can set up a match point here. She's got a forehand. She goes down the line, and she does indeed set herself up with 2 match points. Let's see if she can get this done. Perhaps this says a little bit more about Jabeur than it does Osorio in terms of where she's at, in terms of her form over the last 9-10 months, which I think even by her standards has been slightly off, let's say. Anyway, fixing some of these things. So at least now we have the right title. Do hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you're new. I can see somebody saying, come on, Jesper. I might well switch to that match. In fact, I'm pretty sure I will switch to it because there aren't any play going on. There's no play on the outside court. So at the moment, we've got a match point here, though. And Osorio is a little bit too close to the baseline there. Is she going to get punished? Not yet. They're into a forehand rally. Now it's on the backhand of Jabeur. It's a really good widening out the court, giving herself lots of space. She comes into the net. Osorio tries to pass. And we do now have a match point at 40-30. The previous one went out, by the way, so it's 30-all. Good job there, John. So match point on Jabeur. 40-30. Where are you going with this serve? You are going to the forehand, but you've gone long, so it's going to be a second serve. Of course, we had Stefanos Tsitsipas earlier on today winning in 4 sets over Daniel Altmaier. But that 4th set, I mean, Altmaier was up a break. Oh, she's gone big on the return, Osorio, but too big and wide. And Ons Jabeur prevails 6-3, 1-6, 6-3 over Osorio, the Colombian. Smiles at the net. Jabeur at the absolute limit, and she screams out loud. It looks like the roof is open, by the way. So maybe they will try and do some play on some of the outside courts. Marion Bartoli comes onto the court to interview Ons. Let's see what she's got to say. Hi, Ashley. How are you? We'll probably switch over to Alcaraz in a minute, especially if there's no play on the outside courts. Let's have a quick look at some of the other results from today as well. As I said, Tsitsipas winning in 4 sets over Altmaier. De Jong maintains his break advantage that he has in the 3rd set there over Alcaraz. Other matches there you can see all suspended because of the rain. Shelton and Nishikori on serve. These are all 1st sets. Hurkacz 5-6 against Nakashima. Looks like they are all on serve except for Arnaldi, who is 5-3 up on Muller over on court 6. And then in terms of the women's singles, we had Fernandez up 5-3 before that one got halted by the weather. Buskova won the 1st set over Fett. And volley nets, by the way, winning 6-love that 1st set over Vondrousova. Let's have a quick listen to Ons Jabeur. Kenin beating Garcia as well. Wow. Oh, of course, it's going to be in French. And we all know about my French, given what happened with Clara Burel last week. So she looks very happy, very relieved the number 8 seed is through to the third round. Let's have a quick look at the French Open draw to see where we're at in terms of who might be playing who, etc., as the tournament rolls on. Let's have a quick look to see who Jabeur in particular is going to be playing potentially in the third round, or perhaps it's already confirmed. Let's have a quick look. Let's share this page with you right now. So the winner of Swiatek Osaka, which of course is the match that we will be primarily commentating on, will play probably Buskova in round 3. Well, that's nowhere near done yet. Daniel Collins, if she prevails, will potentially or will be playing either Vekic or Kostyuk. That's, of course, if she beats Danilovic. The winner of volley nets Vondrousova will get Siniakova or Paquet in the next round. Goff or Zidansek will play Wong or Yastremska. So a potential Goff-Yastremska match again. Did they play each other earlier this year? No, they were on separate sides of the draw, sorry. But they both got to the semi-finals in Australia. The winner of Samsonova, the match of the overs, or the overs, maybe you could say, between Samsonova and Anisimova, will play Buxa or Cocciaretto. Ostapenko or Towson lie in wait for the incredible win there that Kenin had in straight sets over Garcia, upsetting the 21 seed. Of course, Kenin, a former French Open finalist. But Garcia, early exit again at the French Open, must be painful for her. This could be really exciting. I think a Fernandez-Jabeur third round. Give me some of that, please. Definitely. That's the one I was looking for. And I think that's the one I'm pretty excited about. Hi, Julian. Hi, nice of you to join us. Great. Hey, Casey. Great to have you on board. Been a long time since we've seen you. What was I going to say? What have we got lined up? Well, we're going to do this watch along for sure until the end of the Osaka Swiatek match. We'll be live. Damien is going to join as well. I'm going to send him a quick WhatsApp now to say if he wants to join early. Okay. I'm going to turn my TV down so you don't hear these German commentators. I'm going to switch over to Alcaraz against De Jong to see if Alcaraz can get that break back and get it done in straights. Gutted about Garcia's early and unexpected exit. Yeah, unexpected, probably. Yeah, I guess. Oh, by the way, Jay, please do hit the like button. And if you're new, hit subscribe. We need to get to 10,000 subscribers as soon as possible. Ideally, before Wimbledon. If we can get there, that would be amazing. But if not, we still need to get to 9,000 first. Let's have a quick look to see what Alcaraz is up to. Have they managed to restart any of the matches on the outside courts? Bearing in mind, I think it is dry right now. I'm going to have a quick look. Let's have a look at De Jong against Carlos. Yeah, it's been a while, as you say, really, Ashley. I mean, she is a very streaky player, I think, in terms of her form. It's kind of all or nothing. And at the moment, it's more nothing than all. Let's say that. So De Jong is now up a double break in the third set over Carlos Alcaraz. Suddenly now it's Alcaraz who we're concerned about. There is the whole Alcaraz-Sinner thing going into the tournament. She lost to Kenin, Casey, former French Open finalist, of course, in 2020. Australian Open winner the same year. But yeah, Kenin. So she's into the third round. It'd be interesting to see who she's... I think we've already touched on it, actually, who Kenin lies in wait for. Yeah, Towson or... There's some really... Listen to these possible third rounds. Possible, okay? I'm probably going to lean to either the favorite or the person who's leading. But Swiatek, Buskova. Daniel Collins, Marta Kostyuk. Vondrousova, Siniakova would be a nice all-check affair if Vondrousova can win that second and third set. Golf Yastremska, nice clash of styles there. Ostapenko or Towson against Kenin. And if Fernandez does seal that win over Wong, that would be pretty cool to see her come up against Jabeur. But anyway, live on my screen right now is Jesper de Jong against Carlos Alcaraz. So maybe it's time I shared some of that de Jong Alcaraz for you on the screen. Sophia is a dark horse, according to Ashley. Casey says that Casey likes Sophia too, so tricky one. But that end of season form that Garcia was showing, I say end of season, the sort of second half of 2022, maybe that will be the period of her career that we say that was Garcia peak. And yeah, we never quite got to see that again. You know, we think about the wins she had in Cincinnati, semi-final at the French Open where she lost to Jabeur. WTA finals, I think she won it that year, right? In 2022, if I'm not mistaken. Beating Sabalenka, I think. Here we've got an interesting rally, which is going to end the way of de Jong, is it? No, not yet. No, de Jong goes wide there. Was dominating that rally. And we get a Bamos from Carlos. He still believes regarding this set. Deuce here. 4-1, so it's a double break, but deuce. Okay, de Jong to serve. First serve into the net. Alcaraz gets one of these breaks back, and we're certainly interesting territory. Roof closed, a bit stodgy. Breaks have served more than possible. Especially with Carlos on return. Forehand from Carlos. Dumps it into the net. I think with the arm issue, it is the forehand that is most affected. Be interesting to know what you think in the chat regarding Carlos and his performances in rounds 1 and 2 and where we're at with that injury and whether we think it may well hamper his chances of winning the French Open. I mean, he might not even win today yet. De Jong backhand down the line, forehand cross court. Now de Jong changes it up to the backhand. I would probably be tempted if I was de Jong and he hits that one long, so we're back at deuce. I saw de Jong coming to the net actually a few times, and I thought that wasn't a bad idea. Carlos is indeed very quick on the clay. I thought that wasn't a bad idea for him, and also maybe even just stick to the forehand. I saw some very positive comments from, oh, I'm sorry, I don't remember your name, but a very well-known journalist on Twitter, basically very excited about the Carlos backhand, and maybe it's because he's having issues with that arm in terms of the forehand. Let me see if I can find that tweet. Yeah, here we go. I've got it. Carole Bouchard. Loving the Carlos backhand, but I wonder if it's because the forehand is off. Anyway, for those of you just tuning in, do please hit the like button. I see Eddie has joined us on Instagram. Eddie, if you want to join the live stream just for maybe half an hour or an hour, you're welcome. Let's see if Eddie takes up that invite. He may well be puffing on a cigar and enjoying a drambuie in the night of Seoul, where he lives in Korea. I'm thinking more short term, but the problem is we're at a part of the season where I think he's going to want to play quite a bit of tennis with these slams. I mean, you have a break post Australia where you could easily have a break until Indian Wells. Novak did it this year. Rafa's done it for many years as well when he was healthy. And De Jong, by the way, holds. So it is 1-5 or 1-5 because Carlos is serving here. But now we're in this period of the season where there's one clay court tournament after another, including 3 1000s, albeit that Alcaraz didn't play Monte Carlo or Rome, and also went out a little earlier than I'm sure he anticipated in Madrid. But he probably felt as though he had to play Madrid in terms of, home country and all the rest of it. Good forehand there from Alcaraz, 15 all, forcing the error from De Jong. Good forehand there from... Oh, has he gone long with that forehand? The other thing with the Carlos forehand, by the way, no, it's landed. That was nice. Landed in. The other thing with the Carlos forehand, it was the forehand that was sort of going awry during that period at the back end of last year when his sort of form was being questioned more than anything else. That's another good forehand from Carlos, forcing another error, so 40-15. And indeed, Carlos holds. So over to you, De Jong, 5-2. It's not insurmountable, especially for someone of Carlos's talents. Okay, looks like we may well be getting a guest or two to join us. Let me know what you think about any of the results today, by the way. So we've obviously had Tsitsipas beating Altmaier in 4 sets, and we've had Garcia going out in straight sets to Kenin. There's a comment here, it looks like, from Tsitsipas on the mixed doubles that he'll be doing with Badosa. Okay, no brainer for them to play mixed doubles. I wonder where we're at in terms of Carlos. Sorry, not Carlos. In terms of where we're at in terms of Tsitsipas playing mixed doubles at the Olympics, because Maria Sakkari spoke to Talking Tennis earlier on this year and said she's very, very, very keen for that to happen. But of course, Stefanos will be playing in the singles at the Olympics, and he wants to play doubles with his brother. So it's kind of like the third thing, but she's very keen for it to happen, but I don't know if we're any closer to that happening. Ashley here asking, who are my picks for Roland Garros? I had a quite unambitious semi-final lineup on the women's side of the top 4 seeds, Bold, Vanch, Alert. I had the 4 seeds making it, so that's Goff against Swiatek and Rybakina against Sabalenka. And I think I went for a Rybakina-Swiatek final with Swiatek winning. And on the men's side, I think I went for the 4 seeds as well. But I have a Zverev-Alcaraz final with Alcaraz winning. But of course, maybe that is not looking so good right now, especially as Alcaraz puts that return. Interesting how he kind of ran around that body serve and elected to go on the backhand. Now, I'd probably need to see that again to decide. That seemed like a curious one because it seemed more like a run around forehand than a run around backhand, if you know what I mean. So yeah, I've gone for Carlos and Swiatek to take the titles this year. Forehand return there for Carlos. It looks like that's landed plumb on the line, 30-15. Indeed it has. Yeah, I agree, Ashley. I agree. It's lame, and I would never have the temerity to say it's bold. That's for sure. Backhand return here from Carlos. Backhand from De Jong. For those of you wondering, why is this live stream already live before Osaka and Swiatek take the court? Well, I could just see that things were getting interesting in terms of the third set with Osorio and Jabeur, with Jabeur ultimately emerging the winner, and with De Jong up a break in the third. I just thought things were getting a little interesting. So why not go live? And we will be bringing you every single ball point shot from Osaka and Swiatek, but you'll just have to wait until this match, which looks like we're going to go into a fourth set, is over, because we've got 2 set points here for De Jong. And it's an unreturnable and clench fist, halting to the crowd, gesticulating to the crowd even. Victory belongs to the most tenacious, we see, and we have a fourth set between De Jong and Alcaraz. If Alcaraz doesn't get this done in 4 sets, I think the vultures will be swirling, if you know what I mean. And yes, indeed, the rain is still coming down on the outside courts. From what I understand, it's probably going to be raining until about 7 or 8 o'clock local time. So I'm sure they'll try and squeeze in a few matches. And we're not getting much respite here, because what you would find on Chatrier is there may have been a window between the first match not starting before 8:15 local time, that if Alcaraz had got this done in straights, followed by a quick Swiatek match, they could have shifted one of the matches, one of the women's matches in particular, onto Chatrier, and then you would probably postpone slightly maybe the final match on Chatrier, but then you would have a nice situation. You'd have at least one of those matches on an outdoor court, maybe one of the ones that's already got underway. Switching, having a look at some of the stats there, Alcaraz 0 aces in that set as Eddie joins. Hey, Eddie.
Hi there, how's it going?
Not bad. I've decided to go live early, mainly because I'm not doing anything else. And I just saw some intrigue in the third set of, well, both the matches that were happening at the time on Longland with Osorio and Jabeur, and then also, of course, here De Jong and Alcaraz. We've not had much choice in terms of viewing, so I'm going to ask you about these 2 matches. Which of the 2 you've been watching?
I was watching some of Alcaraz, but yeah, I was a little bit busy. But I've been dipping in and out of the match, and then yeah, I haven't seen any of the other match. But yeah,
are you surprised with this Alcaraz situation?
I mean, I'm not sure I can be that surprised. I mean, I didn't really know what to expect coming into the tournament, to be honest, with Alcaraz. Obviously, he said he was feeling a little bit unsure still with the forehand. But I mean, it seemed like, I mean, De Jong has been playing pretty well, but yeah, I mean, maybe not that expected, because obviously the first round was very comfortable for Carlos. So yeah, I don't know. But the thing is, though, I think, like, even when, even before this period, he did sometimes throw in, like, sort of sets here and there sometimes where he sort of seemed to, the level would dip and he'd switch off and stuff. So we'll see if he can step back up in this 4th set and sort of close it out. If he doesn't do that, then maybe that's a bit worrying.
Yeah. I saw him do it, and I only saw it live. I didn't show a replay, but I saw a body serve just now that he did a run around backhand for, if you like, that just seemed strange, that and he got himself in all sorts of a muddle with it, and I think he dumped it into the net. Now that could have just been his instinct was wrong, but then you might say, why did he instinctively go for that? And maybe I'm again reading too much into that, and it was just I've seen people praising his backhand today, and I'm thinking, yeah, maybe it's because the forehand is off. Although I have to say, I've watched the last 2 or 3 games, and the forehand has looked pretty meaty at times. But yeah, there'll be certainly vultures swirling, even if he does get this done in 5, or of course, if he goes out in particular. But yeah, De Jong has been playing quite well. I saw him in the second set in particular attacking the net, which I think, again, if your opponent is just having some doubts, particularly on the forehand side, if you can attack the net and say, come on then, pass me, that's not the worst idea in the world. But yeah, in that third set, De Jong played very well, and I've just seen a forehand of Alcaraz's go into the net. It might just be rhythm that Alcaraz needs. He might not be feeling, for sure, though, we've had a lot of discussions about press conferences in the last 24 hours. Somebody needs to be asking him in the press conference afterwards, how is the arm? Are you feeling anything? And he might say, yeah, I'm still feeling a bit of pain there, but I'm hoping I can play through it. The problem Carlos has is tennis is coming thick and fast at the moment because, this period is the busiest time of the year when it comes to slams, with 2 slams so quick on top of each other. He's not going to be pulling out of Wimbledon unless he really is injured. And he signed up for Queens, and I think he'd like to obviously defend that title.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of the idea that he can't actually, there is still something in the arm that is still forcing him not to play those properly. Like if he's actually still feeling something, it's still like, then it would seem a bit more serious than what I would imagine a player would want to play through. But then, yeah, I don't know what he's thinking, but yeah, only he knows really. So I can't say too much on that. So, but
go on.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, I mean, yeah, like you said, it's a lot of tennis coming up. So, yeah, if there is something wrong with him, it would maybe be a bit of a risk to just play through it. But like, yeah.
And we're now at Juice on his serve here, so he's going to have a few more questions to answer. I agree. Playing through it is an issue, and then it makes you wonder, as much as he would have loved to have played Madrid, why he didn't, maybe not play Madrid, but play Rome, or just not play either and just gamble on being able to sort of work up some fitness during the French Open. But there is another side of this, and that is that we've seen it even with Rafa at his age, that actually maybe he just needs to take the court and build things up, as we see him dump a backhand into the net, and we've got a break point for De Jong. But sometimes with injuries, it's not many, but occasionally a rest can be worse than exercise. There might be. I've had on and off for the last few years plantar fasciitis, and it doesn't always relate to, that's sort of like a foot issue that even Alcaraz has had at times as well, like a on the heel and actually sometimes not moving, not doing exercise can actually be worse than exercise.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, he's put that forehand long. And so we've got the break of serve.
Oh. Yours is just slightly ahead of mine. Yeah, damn. That's that's okay, but he did go for the forehand there.
Yeah, he
but
went
yeah. Well, see,
close, but
yeah, it maybe just be the case that there's just something a little bit there, but it might not be that bad. It's just that he just doesn't want to exacerbate it until maybe later on in the tournament, say, then he feels like, when it's necessary to really, but maybe just right now he's sort of try to get through as much as possible without, overexerting it. But like, it just seems a bit, I mean, now he's in trouble, right?
Well, he's in trouble, yeah. I mean, it's a long, long way to go in this set right now. But of course, 5 holes of serve from De Jong and we're into a 5th. And then who knows, all sorts of doubt. But then, of course, there may even be some doubt coming into De Jong's mentality as well. But long, long way to go, both in this set and potentially the match as well. And Osaka and Swiatek will have to keep waiting. Any thoughts on that match, Osaka against Swiatek?
Yeah, I've thought quite a bit about it. My feeling is still that, like, it's going to be Iga that's going to win, probably in straight sets. But I was just umming and ahhing whether, because obviously we have seen a little bit of an improvement in Osaka's level recently on the clay, because she got to the fourth round and was just pretty good in Rome, and obviously similar conditions here. But then she got beaten by, was it Zhang?
In Rome?
Yeah, Queen win, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah. So I don't know. Like, it's just, the thing is, it's like she has the power where, and that's going to be, the serve and the power. That's going to be the way that she gets into the game. But then obviously Iga is just, she's going to rush her and move her around, and she's going to have that heavy ball that's going to make her very uncomfortable. And yeah, I'm still, she's still obviously not the most natural mover on the surface. So I feel like, yeah, Iga's going to probably come in and dominate her. So although she might be able to get into some sets, maybe like 6-4, 6-3 is a possible outcome. I'm not sure if she's going to have enough to take a set, but I mean, yeah.
She needs to have a really good serving day. 75% first serves going in, serving big, serving accurate, to get herself potentially to a tie break, and then you never know.
And first strike and just be just on it, but so that she doesn't have to.
Serving volley tactic. I mean, he didn't need to do the volley, but I think that's not a bad idea. Like I said, for the Jong, come into the net, not ridiculously, not irrationally, not every serve, but when somebody's aggressive shots, but particularly on the forehand side, although that was the backhand, are either misfiring or there's doubt in Carlos's mind, then come to the net and ask the question. Come on, then pass me. That's not a tactic I would always deploy against Alcaraz. We saw at Wimbledon last year, various players coming into the net, and Alcaraz just having the best return tournament, in my opinion, of his life. As he does get that point there, 30-15, Carlos will be desperate to get back on serve as soon as possible, because if he doesn't, then he'll also be vulnerable to the double break as he was in that second set. Carlos was still believing in that second set. He got de Jong to deuce towards the end, even though he was a double break down. And I saw a big Bamos from him, and I thought, okay, he thinks that he can get one of these breaks back and get this done in 3. But it didn't work out that way, of course. And now we've got 30 all.
Okay, that was...
What about de Jong? What do you know about him?
I haven't watched him that much, to be honest. So
I wasn't sure if he'd appeared at an Asian challenger that either you were at or were watching.
Actually, no, I don't think he has been to the Asian challengers that much. But like, I know I learned a lot about him from Damien the other day.
Okay,
yeah,
what was Damien saying?
Yeah, just so what was it? He's on, obviously, what's his ranking now? Sorry.
Good
ATP.
question. Of course, he knocked out Draper in the first round, which I predicted that, but
yes, pretty young. Yeah, just it's just been.
He's 176. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean but that's obviously he's come through in the qualification here, and that's obviously enough to to get you into the qualies. But
yeah. But I didn't realize he was that far down the tree.
I mean, it's just pretty. I mean, he did get up kind of near the top 100 at one point, which is what I remember. And he did get into the Australian Open.
Well, he's just got to interrupt you because we've got a break point, and we've just seen de Jong dump a forehand into the net. So immediately back on serve.
Yeah. Okay. So that's going to be potentially important, but
it feels as though if Carlos can just sort of, serve well, sort of Wimbledon-esque, if you like, maybe not. I'm thinking Wimbledon-esque, that fifth set when, I talked about him having the return tournament of his life. He probably had the serving set of his life from saving that break point that I think was in the first game of that fifth set. when he managed to then break serve, and then he just served it out just impeccably. I don't think he even got to deuce in those final 4 service games.
I mean, De Jong had a really comfortable qualification.
Okay.
Not dropping a set, but I mean, the first match was close. But after that, he came through 6-3, 6-3, and then against JJ Wolf 6-1, 6-2. So it's like, yeah, I mean, he just chooses the right time to peak.
Yeah. Oh, he didn't peak there with that return, though. I mean, the problem with that return from De Jong is that was probably a backhand return, but he went for the runaround, but it was too quick.
It was right down the middle, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was
the body.
It was more of a backhand return than a body serve. Let's say that.
Yeah.
It was probably slightly misdirected, either body serve or down the tee serve, and that sort of gave him a sniff of a runaround. But I think it was the wrong decision. Have you had any more? Ooh.
Any more?
Any more hits since we last spoke? Playing tennis?
Oh, right. No, I haven't had time because I've been busy working and stuff. So, yeah, but hopefully, yeah, I'm trying to get back into it, and maybe this weekend or in the coming weeks.
So I've got days off and time intermittently during the French Open, but equally, I would have to try and pick and choose when, like yesterday turned out it was probably a good time to play. I played for an hour in around about 5, 6 o'clock Central European time, and that turned out to be a pretty good window. So I got home for the night session. But, I wouldn't want to be playing at that time when Nadal was playing Zverev, for example. Yeah. Anyway, back on surfing at 1-1, and I've got 30-15 for Carlos. Jabeur going through in 3 sets earlier. Tsitsipas, I watched the 4th set of Tsitsipas against Altmaier. When I saw that Altmaier had won that 3rd set, I thought, okay, it will be interesting to see. And it did get very interesting in the 4th set because Altmaier got a break point, and on that break point, I think he dumped a smash into the net, Tsitsipas. And so now I think it's 4-2 Altmaier. It's certainly either 3-2 of the break or 4-2 of the break. And yeah, but it immediately broke back Tsitsipas. And those last 3 or 4 games, watching them, it's probably why people were very confident Stefanos would win that match, because it was just entirely on his racket with good defense from that deep position that Altmaier was having. The only time when I was feeling good for Altmaier was when it was in the backhand to backhand exchange cross court, both one-handers, both right-handed. And I just felt as though Stefanos was going to break down a bit earlier than and also in that game when Altmaier broke, it was partly one, I think 30-all, there was a shanked backhand from Tsitsipas that set up the break point. And by the way, we've got a break point for De Jong here at 30-40.
Yeah. I mean, I'm expecting Alcaraz to get through this, but boy, if he did get knocked out, it's going to do a lot for Tsitsipas's chance of into the final.
And Rublev too. Rublev is in action right now over on Susan Longland, because those two are primed for a 4th round.
Yeah.
Yes. You'd be starting to circle him in the semis at the very least. Tsitsipas.
Yeah.
So volley here. Oh my goodness me.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it was the absolute right decision. He went down the tee. De Jong is so far back. De Jong gets the ball back in play. De Jong is going to get a very quick medical attention here. It's kind of surprising that he's the one who's needing it, bearing in mind the momentum of this match. I think he may just have some potential cramp or something. He's going to get a quick pill and a quick rub. But anyway, that volley from Carlos.
Yeah, you wouldn't have seen Rafa doing that.
No. Just probably a bit of tension in the leg there for De Jong. I don't think it's anything to worry about, and he's moving okay during the points. But yeah, Carlos made the right decision. He goes big on that first serve. He goes down the tee, bearing in mind De Jong's court position. It's right plumb down the middle. It's a backhand volley, which from a personal perspective is my weaker side, but that's not applicable to professionals, I don't think, and particularly Carlos Alcaraz. And he dealt with it probably as well as I would have dealt with it, dumping his backhand into the net. But it didn't even hit the tape, sort of hit the bottom of the net. And he was pretty close to the net. Anyway.
Yeah, just, I mean, yeah, it just happens sometimes. But I mean, on an important point, I mean, but probably counting in Alcaraz's favor is that De Jong won't really be conditioned to playing best of five, and he's already come through a five-setter against Draper, so obviously he's feeling a little bit fatigued here.
That's a really good return from Carlos. Could have come into the net there, Carlos, but didn't need to because De Jong went long. De Jong obviously seeing Carlos's court position there and thinking, I need to get this ball deep and I win the point, but unfortunately he just went too deep. When you see a player sort of have that, possibility to come into the net, but they don't take it, absolutely the natural thing to do is just go deep with this and I'll probably win the point. But of course, you've got to keep it in the court and love 15. I'm for. Oh, that's a nice forehand winner there for Carlos. So again, he's gonna just try and immediately get that break back. I was talking to somebody yesterday about their position on court, and they were too often caught in that no man's land area between the service line and the baseline, an area that I just remember seeing Daniel Medvedev caught in so often in that Australian Open final of 2022, particularly from sets 3 to 5. And I just told the guy, I said, you've got to get out of that. And I showed him some points of that Australian Open final where Medvedev was, Carlos, you've got to be winning the point there. Anyway, and I was just thinking to myself, I'd be all right as a not as a coach, but as a sort of a tennis coach, but I'm just not good enough. Because you'd watch me as a tennis coach. Oh, okay, yeah, he talks a good game. But then you'd see my backhand volleys and you go, I don't know if I could have that much faith in a tennis coach who can't execute their backhand volleys. I sometimes as well when I mess up and someone's saying, yeah, you did this wrong, and I'm like, yeah, I know what I did wrong. I know I know where it went wrong, but unfortunately it's a technique thing that I'm still trying to perfect. Anyway, 30 all here, from love 30 to 30 all. This would be a big hold for De Jong if he does manage to hold.
Jesper.
Good first serve there from Jesper. But he's not in charge of the point. Now Carlos is in charge of the point with a really good forehand, forcing De Jong out wide, who dumps his forehand into the net, and we've got a break point for Carlos. So far, 3 breaks of serve at the beginning of this set. But bearing in mind, Carlos served first. It's actually been always De Jong who's had the advantage, if you like. I think it's still raining on the outside courts, right?
Yeah, I just had a little check there. It's kind of depressing.
Yeah, I think we're looking at 7, 8 o'clock before they get underway. But
wow.
The Sunday start. Oh, dearie me, you're going to see a... Oh, did it land out? Okay. Let's have a look. Is he going to stick his finger in the air? I think he is, yeah. I thought it landed in, and I was about to go, oh, De Jong has mishit that. But it's deuce. Just out.
Yeah, and with the rain delays as well, obviously, we get all the matches on this court and lawn then. But then, yeah, all those other ones are delayed and maybe you're going to have to play tomorrow as well. And
I mean, a couple of things that is kind of good for Paris or the French Open is that they've got now 2 courts that are covered this year for the first time. So that's good timing. Bearing in mind, I don't remember too many French Opens struggling with the weather in recent years. But if they are going to struggle with the weather, at least they've got a second one in Susan Longland. The other thing is, of course, they start on a Sunday. Serve volley there from de Jong. Did not work on that occasion because the return was pretty meaty. That backhand volley was much more difficult than the one that Carlos Alcaraz failed to execute earlier, primarily just because the return was so good. Maybe Alcaraz from the corner of his eye saw de Jong, or maybe he had a hunch that he was going to come into the net. Either way, he wins the point, and we've got another break point for the Spaniard. I'll just wait until this point plays out before we elaborate a bit more on the weather. I know that my stream is a few seconds in front of you, so I try to just delay my.
Have you actually got it on the stream?
And I've got a double fault here for de Jong, so it's a break of serve. Say again. Yeah, did I call that double fault before you'd seen it or after?
Yeah, before. It was before, but it's not that much behind.
I waited 4 seconds, so I'll try and wait 8 next time. I'm just very lucky because normally I'm behind everyone, but Discovery Plus, which is what I'm watching on here,
right,
is clearly doing a much better job with closer to play than Sky Sports does. The worst is Tennis Channel, though. The Tennis Channel is just when I've got American commentators that are relying on Tennis Channel, whether it be Isabel or Matthew, for example. I know Matthew Owens, their streams are pretty far behind me, even me on Sky Sports. That's how far they are behind. But Sky have the non-slam events basically in the slams. Oh, a mishit forehand there from Alcaraz. So love 15. Rublev Martinez is on serve. Yeah, so weather. I hear that it may well be pretty much rain until 7-8 o'clock. If this had been done in straights, they could easily have got Swiatek Osaka over and done with, and then squeezed in another match. Moved Layla, for example, over. Particularly one of the women's matches, move that one over and squeeze it in before the 8:15 start. Because imagine this was done already, and we had Iga and Osaka, halfway through the first set right now. They could be done by 6 o'clock local time if Iga or Naomi won in straight sets. But which one of those two is more likely to win straights? That could be done by 6 o'clock. That gives you a two-hour window to get in another match, and it doesn't matter if it goes beyond that. You can start, the night match 8:30, 9 o'clock if necessary. But they're not going to have that window now.
You better call up Amelie Mauresmo.
Yeah, I mean that's what I would have done, but it's just that window's gone. That window's gone. But they would have done that. I think that if I'm thinking it, I'm sure Amelie Mauresmo would be thinking it. But yeah, I think we're looking at a Rublev Tsitsipas 4th round. And then the winner of that, we need to see Sinner tested a bit, I think, because Sinner and Alcaraz, if Sinner Eubanks probably is similar to Alcaraz, JJ Wolf, in my opinion, on this surface. If it was grass, it would be slightly different in Eubanks' case, I think, but and probably JJ Wolf's as well on any other surface. But I want to see Sinner tested a bit more than he was in the first round, and I'm seeing Alcaraz tested a bit more than he was as well. Yeah, who knows? And with
I mean, I think Sinner's got a great draw. And even though he's got to play Gasquet, I mean,
he's winning that in straights.
Yeah,
I like both players for various reasons, but my temptation to do a watch along for that is low in many respects. Well, I might just have a look to see how the rain works out, and then there might be a match that I go, you know what, that could get interesting, and just cover that one. It could be Hurkacz Nakashima, for example, Shelton Nishikori. Nishikori, by the way, is doing all right for a guy who's not been playing much in the last few years.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if he was at the level of a few years ago, you'd be expecting him to take out
Oh, yeah.
Shelton, no problem. Obviously, just way more comfortable in this sort of these conditions, but yeah, he's doing surprisingly well.
Ashley's asking, when does Ego and Osaka start? It starts basically when this one finishes. De Jong has just misread that serve entirely, and it's put him in trouble with this rally. And if he loses the point, which he does, it was all about him just getting that return completely wrong. Took a step to the wrong direction. And
oh, he made it as well, but
he did, but he couldn't get it over the net. But he was down in that rally. He was like a step behind every shot in that rally from the minute. Oh, look at Alcaraz. He's going to do a bit of adjustment. And he's going to spray his arm potentially as well.
It's, yeah, so, yeah. Corda, well, I mean, Alcaraz gets through this. He's probably playing Corda or Kwon, and then. But if Nishikori managed to get through against Shelton, I mean, then he plays Squire or Felix. It's interesting.
Who plays Squire or Felix next? Sorry,
the winner of Shelton and Nishikori. So,
oh, okay. I think that's Shelton, to be honest with you, though, and I think it's Shelton who gets to the fourth round. Somebody asked me about Shelton on clay of the day, and I think there's some potential there. I think there's maybe a few tournament wins for Shelton on this surface at some point in his career. I mean, he's already won one, but I'm not quite counting the North American green clay as a. I'm talking European clay that I think there's a tournament or two for him to pick up, maybe an Estoril or something like that in the future.
Right.
And he could be making a deep run. And Shelton at slams, we know it's already becoming a thing, albeit on the hard courts. I'm interested to see him on grass as well. I mean, he moves so well. Anyway, Alcaraz now are in front in this set for the first time. We saw him rolling up his sleeve. I think he'd be keen to just get this over and done with, get a couple of days rest. Just get it over and done with. 2 days rest. I once asked Carlos's doctor, actually, about a year ago, knowing pretty full well what he would say. But about a year ago, I contacted his doctor and said, can I make an appointment? No, I didn't. I said, how about coming on the show? And he just said, look, I knew it was unlikely. Whilst Carlos remains his patient to chat. I wouldn't have been asking too many prying questions, but just, tennis, fitness questions in general, really. But
right.
I think when he's no longer a patient, maybe he'll come on the show. But anyway, I've got that coming to the net situation, and De Jong wins the point, so 15-all, just shy of 3 hours on the clock. Yeah, for Osaka, the clay court season just came at the slightly wrong time. I could just see every tournament I saw Naomi play. I thought, okay, yeah, bit better. I think she had Gus. Ooh, double fault for De Jong. So 15-30. 2 double faults in 2 consecutive service games, one of which cost him his serve. Is it going to cost him his serve again? Yeah, so Osaka was just incrementally getting a bit better at every tournament. I saw her first round against Garcia in Australia, and I thought, that's unfortunate, because I just think it's going to come a bit too early in her development this year. And then sort of backing up that thought that I had in Australia, a few weeks later, they played each other again, and Osaka won. Alcaraz here tempting De Jong to go for the forehand, I think. Doesn't to take it because he's got a backhand return. Now Carlos is on the forehand. Good depth there. Exchanging forehands. Carlos changing up to the backhand. And that's a lovely, lovely, lovely forehand winner from Carlos. So it's 15-40. Carlos making his move. We'll see how this next point or two goes. And then I'll get your thoughts, Eddie, on Rybak and some of the comments that she made yesterday.
Oh.
Anyway, 15-40 here. De Jong to serve. Obviously in the deuce court.
This is it. Get this, and Alcaraz is surely going to take this set and the match.
We'll see. He's going to have a second serve as well. And we've already seen a couple of double faults from Jong at bad moments this set. Doesn't double fault this time. Going to have a run around forehand return for Carlos. Now we're into the rally. Interesting sort of moonball backhand there from Carlos. And that interesting backhand moonball has set up an error from Jong, who went big with that forehand and went wide. And so we have got that break of serve and 4-2. We've also got a break of serve over on Susan Longlen. Rublev leads 5-2 as he inches towards that potential fourth round clash with Stefanos Tsitsipas, who won in 4 sets earlier. So Alcaraz here now back in the driving seat, and we could be done pretty soon. Rybakina already had some fairly choice short words to the media yesterday. She was fairly tired of some of the questioning. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, I'm not really that bothered about it anyway, but like, it's just made out to be like a really big deal, but it's not like, I don't know, like, I mean, I think like her reaction was a little bit strange. That's all I can say. But I think that people are just making way too big a deal about it. Like, it's just like, I mean, because that's my personal feeling, because they're saying like, then she shouldn't be able to complain about all this other stuff and that. But I mean, what she said, and I mean, I think I'm just not that concerned about it, and I'm more or less ready to move on from it. I mean, the thing is though, now it's going to be like focus is going to be on her
next press conference,
next press conferences, and what she's, But I don't think it really helps, because it's like she's like, oh, ask me something interesting. But I think like in a way, it's like the journalists are just going to be like a bit wary of saying anything to her now.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Because interesting is also tricky and also potentially upsetting or bothering. So, we can go there if you want. If that's where you want us to go, Elena, we can go interesting, but you're going to maybe there's a 50-50 chance you're going to get annoyed. But no, I think you're right. I think we are pretty much done with it. I think it's possible to agree with a percentage or an amount or a line and disagree as well. Let's just take Elena Rybakina. It's possible to go, maybe these press conferences can get a bit boring for you, but maybe as well, you need to understand that there may be 1 or 2 fearful journalists in there. There may be 1 or 2 language barrier issues as well, which I think certainly occurred with one of the questions that she just didn't understand from, and there's no one to blame for that. But somebody asked her a question about her, what started to spread on social media, which, was about the fact that she had a kit custom made. So she's asked a question about it, and I think she responds. And then she's asked a follow-up, what made you choose these colors or whatever? Because when someone asks her about being custom made, she doesn't shoot it down with going, oh, no, it wasn't custom made. This is just what Yonex supplied me with. But because she didn't understand probably that custom made element of the question, the next question about her, why did you choose? Well, I'm not choosing this. I wore it last year. I wore Yonex last year.
Yeah.
So, and there's also possibilities that you can look at, a tweet and go, okay, that first sentence I agree with, but then the second sentence I don't. But that kind of nuance on social media is just not going to happen. Anyway, 30-all here on the Alcaraz serve, and you are about to see a failed attempt at a drop shot from Jong. He may live to regret, because it's 40-30 now for Carlos and a game point rather than a break point back for Jong. Unforced errors from this set is nip and tuck, 11 from the racket of Alcaraz, 10 from Jong. I almost feel when you see a stat like that, when it's like even for both players, it almost tells us nothing. Unless it's like 30 each in this set, but 10 and 11, It doesn't really say anything.
But also, what's the winner count, as well? And then
Yeah, right. That might tell us. You see 10, 11, and then but suddenly you see someone hitting 25 winners and the other one hitting 4. Just out on that first serve from Carlos.
Yeah, Rublev 6-3 up on Martinez.
Okay. And we're into the rally here. Alcaraz forcing the error from De Jong. And so Alcaraz now 5-2 lead. Those vultures that were circling 15, 20 minutes ago have decided to move on elsewhere, but they're not hanging over Andre Rublev because, as you said, he sealed that first set over Martinez, which is a potential banana skin. I saw Martinez at close quarters in Estoril, where he played really well, getting to the final there before losing to Hurkacz. And I do think, as we saw in the first round, Rublev is, in fact, you on the stream, I think, when Rublev dropped a set in the first round, right?
Yeah, it's against Taro Daniel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's good on clay, but
Taro Daniel or Martinez?
Taro Daniel's done okay on clay, but I mean, I meant Martinez.
Okay, yeah.
But at a certain level, I mean, when it comes to playing, but we'll see how he does. I mean, I haven't seen any of that match, but because you got to the final in Estoril, right? When you were there,
right
at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, lost to Hurkacz. That's a tournament. Fingers crossed it can stay on the calendar. But that's a great tournament to cut your teeth at, Eddie, for your channel. I know it's a long way for you to come, but if you were planning a European trip next year, it's where I had my first accreditation. It's where there was 2 other podcasts there this year that I think were at their, if not their first tournaments, one of their first tournaments, including Gokup, who was also on the stream with us, I think, on Sunday. It's just a nice tournament to cover, and it's hi Ramij, I can see you in the chat. If Jeske can delay the inevitable, he's played a good game. I think it's a fan of De Jong there, because I think he was in the chat at the beginning of this stream. Please, Ramij, do hit the like button, and if you're new to the channel, hit subscribe. But anyway, just back to Estoril. It's a great tournament. But Martinez, he's capable, and I thought he might take a set off Rublev again. Just you do suddenly sort of turn on your TV during a Grand Slam, and for whatever reason, Rublev is stuck in a 5-setter against someone.
He does have that in him, but then he's in the mid. He can also just smash through his matches as well. So. I thought there was something with Estoril, though, that it wasn't. Is it coming back next year?
Well, that's the thing. So I'm bigging it up, saying you should get yourself out there. And it might not even be on the calendar next year. It's right. Let's just say there was still some optimism that it would still stay on the calendar somewhere. I guess with every day or week that passes, it looks a bit less likely. And I spoke to 1 or 2 people that potentially would be in the know. Even as recently as a couple of weeks ago in Portugal, and it's still don't know. But there was optimism from the tournament director. Oh, it's a horrible backhand from De Jong. We've got some match points here for Alcaraz. But we'll see. So let's see. It's off the calendar at the moment, but not necessarily definitely off.
Well, there was a match point.
Yeah, 2 match points here for Carlos Alcaraz. I'll try and pretend I can't pause my stream, otherwise I would, so it's in sync. But I'll try and commentate through this point, but delayed, if you like. So, first serve from De Jong is long. Am I still ahead of you when I say that?
Yeah, it's okay. That's fine.
All right. Second serve anyway from De Jong does at least land in. And now we're into the rally. Alcaraz is doing a pretty good job during this rally, I would argue. Maybe ceding the advantage. And now we have a forehand from De Jong off a slice from Alcaraz that goes into the net. And so Carlos Alcaraz has prevailed 6-2 in the fourth set. A few concerns for Carlos, both in terms of the way he was pushed, the way his forehand's looking at times, which is looking a bit shaky. And also when he rolled his sleeve up, I think at one point during that fourth set when he was a break down, and you're thinking, oh, here we go. He was down a break on 2 separate occasions actually in that set, but 5 games in a row from 2-1 down helps Carlos prevail, and he is through to the third round. Good news for Andrei Rublev. He is now up an early break as we're in the second set. So both Alcaraz and Rublev, Rublev looking good and Alcaraz through. Let's have a quick look at the draw. Let's have a look at the men's side. I was looking at the women's earlier and look at some pretty exciting third round clashes, either potentially or set up. I'm going to share the tab now, or share the screen. So these are matches that are taking place tomorrow. Let's go down to the bottom half, which I think is where we're looking at right now with Alcaraz, etc. Let's scroll down to the bottom half. Is Medvedev top half? Yes. So we've got Rublev potentially against Arnaldi. Arnaldi is up a break on Muller. That's one of those matches on one of the outside courts. But Arnaldi would be a test for Rublev. I think we'd agree with that, wouldn't we?
Yeah. If he's feeling
Sharp
good, yeah, it can be. It can be. But it really just also depends. Yeah. How does Yeah. Rublev's up on a break, I see.
Yeah, he's up a set and a break now. And Tsitsipas's next match will either be against Sonego or Zhang. Zhang is actually up a break on Sonego. Again, that's one of those matches that's been halted during the first set because of the weather. But yeah, Zhang against Tsitsipas. It's one to tune in to, right? If it happens. I mean,
yeah, it'll be interesting. But I'm just, but right now, the way Tsitsipas is, and he must know he's got a good chance, right, this year. So I'm expecting him to be able to come through that one, even if Zhang puts in a good performance. But yeah, could be a good match, maybe.
Yeah, this is a lovely draw for Felix, beating Nishioka in the first round, getting Squire in the second round, and then the winner of Shelton or Nishikori in the third. But as I said earlier, I would go for Shelton the winner. Let's just have a listen to what Carlos has got to say. I bet he doesn't ask about the arm, Karecha. Just talking about the fact that he came through qualification. It's always funny when I see 2 Spaniards doing a conversation in English, or to anyone of nationality, you know, the same nationality. I actually find Carlos very interesting when he's speaking English, because he's very direct, and in Spanish too. But there's just a sort of thing that sometimes people in a second language, they sort of cut a few corners, and sometimes they can be even more interesting in a second language than the first.
And obviously, Jabeur saw that it doesn't matter the ranking.
Some nice words there for Carlos, for Jesper, of course, who's, as we saw on the screen earlier, 176 in the world. Anyway, so that is that section of the draw. Yeah, Korda potentially lies in wait for Alcaraz. Go on.
I think the commentators were saying that they might know each other from a while ago.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I guess. Wait, how old is De Jong? He's how old is he?
You have a look at how old he is, and I
just 23.
Oh, 23. Yeah,
he's a little bit younger, but they might remember each other from juniors or something. But I don't know. They kind of the commentators were kind of implying that was I heard like the Eurosport commentating before, and they were kind of implying that they might know each other. But yeah, so maybe that's explains some of their sort of respect there. But
put myself in the chance to be in the rally, 5, 6, 7 balls in every point. Well, it was difficult for me to do it. It was
Yeah. I sort of occasionally turn it up, and then when the German commentator starts to talk, I turn it down again. But yeah, so Alcaraz will play Korda or Kwon. So that's not too bad for the Spaniard, the world number 3.
I think it's a pretty good draw, yeah.
Yeah. And that was the thing for Sinner, Alcaraz, and Djokovic that sort of took the sting out of the draw from their perspectives, at least. That it was, given the doubts regarding the 3 for very different reasons coming into the tournament, it was like, okay, the problem is they don't have a Davidic Fokina in the first round, an unseeded player who caused trouble. Medvedev, arguably the most dangerous qualifier, albeit that he actually went out yesterday to Kaboli. That was the players that you were thinking, or of course a Rafa against them, but Rafa ends up getting the player who doesn't really have any doubts regarding their entrance into this tournament at the moment is obviously Zverev. So yeah, so they sort of always had a couple of players that they could get past relatively easily. And I think Sinner will be even more comfortable. I saw Gasquet. Gasquet had a really nice first round against Coric here, and Coric is just in a place that I don't know how to describe where Coric is right now. I mean, again, losing to Gasquet, who I saw in Estoril, earlier this year and beating Dominic Thiem there, but was a lucky loser, actually. So actually, Gasquet lost in qualies in Estoril, but came through as a lucky loser and ended up beating Dominic Thiem en route to, I think, the quarterfinals. But yeah, I think it could well be a farewell. Gasquet hasn't announced in the same way that Rafa has that this is probably his last tournament, but I think that we may well be looking at it, and maybe he's going to play the rest of this year and then do a one more year next year, get a wild card for the French Open, and do a farewell. Then maybe that's his plan.
I mean,
because if not, you'd announce it, wouldn't you? You'd say, given his nationality, etc., he'd say, "This is my last year."
Yeah.
So yeah, but the draw, yeah. So Alcaraz there, Hurkacz or Nakashima against Shapo or Tiafoe. For me, it's probably Shapo and Hurkacz. It's a nice draw for Hubie as well.
Yeah, interesting match, Shapo and Tiafoe.
Yeah, but Tiafoe is. I actually predicted Tiafoe to lose to Bellucci. Obviously, he comes through in 5.
Got through, yeah.
But again, Tiafoe is in a sort of Coric level hole, since Stuttgart last year. No, that's not fair. He had a good run at the US Open, but since he lost to Shelton at the US Open, there's been nothing from Tiafoe that's making me think this player's winning matches.
Yeah, I mean, actually, to struggle 5 sets to Bellucci, who, I'm surprised. Well, he got through qualies, but he's probably lucky to get a good draw in qualies, and yeah, it's kind of I guess Shapo should get through, but yeah, I haven't seen too much of Shapo actually in this clay season.
He's playing a little better. There's Shapo's had sort of 3 years now since that Wimbledon semi-final, and we may go in. I remember going into 1 or 2 grass court tournaments in the last couple of years thinking, here we go, Shapo is going to show this is his part of the year, almost like Felix as well. Both of those, I think, have shown that they should be going deep in grass court tournaments, and they should be maybe winning 1 or 2 as well. But they haven't done that since 2021, when I think both players showed their potential on the grass. I remember Felix in 2022 having a really rough first round against Cressy, and that was kind of just brushed off as being, 5 sets, Cressy lost, and that was when Cressy was sort of showing a bit of potential himself on the surface. But Shapo, in terms of this sort of recent comeback, if you like, again, a bit like maybe Osaka, just showing a little bit better, probably a bit of a, it's obviously not his best surface, and so from that perspective, again, it's unfortunate that he's coming back during this period, but get a couple of wins at the French Open, head over to the grass court season, and maybe make a final somewhere on the grass. And then we're back into sort of Chapeau is not back, but yeah, maybe can return to the top 20.
Interesting little section, actually, because I mean, Hurkacz maybe would have fancied himself, but then also there's Dimitrov there. But I don't see any clear.
But that's but Hurkacz getting to the fourth round is fine. So you're thinking he might play Dimitrov in the fourth round?
Yeah, but I could also imagine Hurkacz maybe not getting through. I know that. I mean, he struggled against Mochizuki, and then Dimitrov might have to play, or he's playing Marushan, and then Bergs or Martyr. It feel like it's sort of could open up a little bit as well, that section.
I mean, Dimitrov could lose to Marushan. Definitely. In fact, I think that's a 50-50 almost. No, 60-40 Dimitrov. But if Marushan turns up, I mean, if Marushan turns up, there's only about 5 or 10 players in the draw that beat him, and they need to turn up, if you like. If Marushan turns up and Alcaraz doesn't, Marushan maybe wins it. Maybe over 5 sets a bit trickier than over 3, as he did in Rome, of course, last year. But that's how good when Marushan turns up for 3 sets, that's how good he is. And that straight sets win over Kukushin suggests that he's okay. Dimitrov beating Kovacevic. Yeah, it's almost on Marushan's racket, as good as Dimitrov has been over the last 12 months. Am I getting a bit carried away there with Marushan?
Maybe a little bit. Yeah,
I sensed it in your sort of.
But I mean, because
I'm going to be texting you if Marushan wins that in straights, don't you?
I bet he hasn't had a great clay court season, so it's just I mean, but if he obviously has shown good game here, and I mean, and actually this year he's played some good stuff. Yeah. But maybe this is that one performance.
That section is interesting because one of these is making it to the quarters, right? Hurkacz, Nakashima, Chapeau, Tiafoe, Bergs, Martyr, Marushan, Dimitrov. One of those players. You're thinking Dimitrov. I'm probably going Hurkacz, but who knows? I'm not really confident in Hurkacz on this surface. I just think that's a nice draw for him.
Right, yeah. But who knows? This could be where you're saying Chapeau's slowly getting back. Maybe this is the one that propels him. the draw opens up for him and he gets through to the quarters or something. But yeah.
I even my optimistic comments about Chapeau just now, even those don't maybe give me quite enough thought that. Yeah, and I don't think Bergs either, but I mean Martyr, yeah, but I think Bergs would lose to Marushan or Dimitrov.
Martyr, how old is Martyr now? He's been around he's 28. Okay,
I mean that if Martyr gets the quarterfinals, I'll be happy from tennis's perspective, but I don't think it's happening.
He lives in he's from where you live now, but yeah,
in Germany. Yeah, but that's not why. It's just because I just like to see an aging player have a good run at a slam. And talking of which, I'd love to see Struffy make it to the quarters or something like that. I mean, if Struff was in this section, yeah, boy, oh boy, I'd have him in the quarters. And I think Struff's section's not too bad, but that's obviously in the top half. Anyway, scrolling down, Mutet against Shevchenko, playing the winner of Offner or Baez. Baez getting into that 5-set dogfight with Heido. I did not see that coming, but he obviously emerged the winner there. Again, one of these 4 players is going to be in the 4th round. I mean, Baez possibly has the highest ceiling on this surface, but
the Baez, you would have fancied them before, but it's opened up a little bit there with Mute coming through against Jarry. I think that would have been a pretty fiery match.
Jarry was who I was, going for in terms of this section, but that didn't work out very well. Somebody asked about my picks, and they're not exactly picks, but before the draw was made, I did a power rankings, and I had Jarry at 9.
Oh, right, yeah. I mean, he did a great He had a great
Rome.
tournament, but yeah, he had a great tournament in Rome. So it's not like unreasonable, but it's a kind of a terrible first round draw that he got to play Mute because at home, it's just like
Jarry Jarry and Moutet played each other in Chile, didn't they? So this is a bit of revenge, and I guess that's nice that the Frenchman won in France and the Chilean. Oh no, Moutet beat him in Chile as well. Moutet won that one in Chile as well because there was the whole celebration at the end for Moutet that really upset the Chileans.
Right. Yeah.
Anyway, one of these guys is going to be in the fourth round, and from the French perspective, I guess they'll be all pulling for Moutet, but we'll see. And then scrolling down, Kotov, Wawrinka. For me, it's probably a Kotov Sinner third round. I'd like to see Wawrinka, test himself against Sinner, but we'll see if that pans out. And that is it regarding the draw, at least on the men's side. I see a comment here regarding tomorrow, and I think it's going to be a packed schedule, certainly, and especially as the doubles has been postponed for the day, so that'll be all squeezed over to tomorrow as well. I think the weather does get a bit better in Paris as the week goes on, so that is something. I'm just going to check my phone regarding the predictions.
Next week should be better, I think. I remember sort of checking the forecast at least. Yeah, into the weekend it seems to be getting a little bit better, but it's been pretty terrible.
Does the US Open or Australia, do they have 3 courts with roofs? Maybe.
I know that I'm not sure that Grandstand has a roof. So because that's like it's Arthur Ashe, and then it's the main 2, right? I'm not sure if the third one has a roof, but
I'm just going to switch over to Rublev and Martinez, which is the only match happening right now because Martinez has just broken back. So they're on serve in the second set. As soon as Osaka and Iga begin, I will switch back over. But I can just see Iga backstage sort of warming up at the moment. So it'll be another probably.
Yeah, I can see them both there.
You'd have thought they'd be rushing them onto the court and telling Iga, get this done 0-0. And by just gone 6 o'clock, we'll squeeze in another match. In fact, so that is still a possibility. But
does the fact that this is actually indoors make any difference?
Yes and no. I don't think it will, but it might just throw in a factor in Naomi's favor. I mean, she needs everything to go her way, and that would be one of
a little bit better on the serve, but maybe.
Yeah, a little bit more speed, a little bit more. Iga indoors. I remember being a slight issue on a hard court for her in the past. I think in the United Cup from a couple of years ago. Just basically just taking away one of those sort of clay court elements that just suit Iga down to the ground. Sean, pretty much Wimbledon is the only slam that really suffers from the rain on a regular basis. So I don't remember a French Open in my lifetime, or living memory, but that maybe 20 years ago, there was a rough one. I don't remember. I remember there was a lot of wind and rain at the semi-final stage in 2019, but because they were so deep into the tournament, it just meant, and that was before Philippe Chatrier had a roof, but it just meant, oh, well, they'll just finish the semi-final between Thiem and Djokovic the next day, which may have impacted Thiem in the final. Maybe not. I mean, I know Thiem pushed Rafa a bit that day, but to argue Thiem would have won that final against Rafa on Philippe Chatrier in his pomp, I think is a stretch. But yeah. So anyway, I was going to switch over to Rublev. And,
still looking really wet.
Yeah, as I say, 7-8 o'clock, I think is what the prognosis is for the dry period to really emerge, and then a dry consistent period. There might be 5 minutes here, 10 minutes there when it's dry, but there was a lot of arguments yesterday from Nuno Borges in particular. He was upset when the fact that they were brought out to basically warm up and then go off again. He said it was pretty obvious that it was only going to be a few minutes of dryness. So, but I mean, he lost. So
I see Rublev was broken back.
Yeah,
he got the early break. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah, I'm just going to tune into that because of that exact reason. If it was a set and a break, still I might be less tempted to. But What is the channel you have to watch this on in South Korea?
It's just called TVN Sports, or yeah. There's like a streaming service I've got, but there's basically just they have the official Roland Garros like streams, right? You know, like it's the English feed, you know, the world feed. That's what I'm talking.
Okay.
Yeah.
The European summer so far, as Casey is suggesting, has sucked. Basically, it's been. I mean, and I mean this in some of the sort of more, you know, famous places for good weather. I mean, Madrid was pretty cold and wet, as we saw. Certainly cold during the Madrid Open. I wasn't there, but you're watching people, you know, wrapped up in jackets, and you're thinking, my goodness me, I was there a year ago, and you would not want a jacket on at all. And then also, I was in Estoril a year ago, same time of the year. Baking hot, or very good weather, actually, not baking hot, it was sort of too hot, but it was just great weather in Estoril, 20, 25 degrees. This year they had a day when it was washed out, first time in the tournament's history since it moved to its new location anyway, in the last 10 years. And yeah, it was pretty chilly there for most of the week.
It seems like a bit of a weird springtime it was in parts of Europe, because it was snow as well in Germany, right?
Right. Yeah, exactly. The week before that, because I was in Stuttgart the same week when it was just raining most of the week and didn't really matter because it was an indoor tournament. But yeah, the week before that in Germany was much better. But yeah, and I was in Portugal. I've been in Portugal for probably 3 of the last sort of 6 weeks, and those 3 weeks should be pretty good weather. All 3 were chilly, wet at times.
I'll need to get to Portugal someday because I've never been.
Oh, it's great. It's great. And that 2-week period that I you got the week of Estoril followed by a week of Billie Jean King Cup, which this year had a stacked lineup probably because of the Olympics, and so might not be the case other years. But you know, you had Towson there, you had Sakari, you had Ostapenko, to name but a few. So that was great to get those 2 weeks in.
That was my podcast's co-host, Alistair. He had his pick, if he was going to pick someone not Iga, his pick was Ostapenko.
To win the title?
Yeah. But it was just a throwaway, yeah. But, I mean,
her draw is okay. I mean, well, actually, Towson's second round is tricky in my opinion, but actually, I want to look at the women's draw.
I mean, she does have the unbeaten record against Swiatek, right?
I know. There's a few.
Not on play though.
I can see Damien backstage. Do you want me to bring you forward, Damien? Yeah. There's Damien. Look.
Yeah, I can't add myself on the phone. But
okay.
Hello, John.
How's it going?
I had no idea that you were already going for about an hour and a half. But
yeah,
today's slow paced day in Paris anyway.
I just decided spontaneously because Osorio and Jabeur were in an interesting situation, and then Alcaraz became suddenly interesting as well. And I thought, well, I'm doing nothing anyway. And I thought I could do a Twitter space, or I could just go live. And I saw Eddie
on between Osorio and Jabeur, but it was Jabeur in 3 sets, right?
Yeah, Jabeur in 3. Yeah, a very relieved.
I remember seeing her like 4-2 up in the third, and then I totally forgot about that match.
Yeah, but then I think Osorio, she was down a break. Osorio, then she broke back, and then eventually Jabeur got over the line. But even then, it was 30 all as she was trying to serve it out. So possibly says more about on. Say again, Damien?
Why? No, I mean, clearly I did not watch it. Why would it say a lot about Ons? I said that clearly I did not watch it.
Because I think Ons is...
And also...
Because Ons is struggling for form. And I think that, it's pretty scratchy from her at the moment. And maybe she's in the 3rd round because the draw in Paris is not too bad. I know. Well, that's an epic point for Rublev. Yeah, I know she's decent. Great defender.
She's...
But You know, she went out in qualies last year, Osorio.
As clay specialist.
Yeah. I'm not convinced. I'm not
Well,
convinced.
she lost to Andreeva, right?
Yeah, she lost to Andreeva. She got through as a lucky.
I mean, I don't think about Ponce like that. Yeah, she did, and she won a round definitely. But I don't think of Ponce as a serious contender. So I guess it doesn't matter in the end. It's my classic quote. It doesn't matter.
Got a break point here for Rublev. Did you see any of the Alcaraz match, Damien?
Yeah, I watched most of it. He just seems super tired, you know. He just seems super tired. I think it's natural, given that, well, he's practicing the last month. For a while, it was probably like nothing really, and then it was lower intensity still. I don't know if he was practicing as heavy as Sinner was, for example, going into the event. But yeah, I just don't know if it's fixable. What's helpful to him is that he's likely next to opponents are, well, they have a tendency not to step up in the most important matches. But if he runs into Rublev or Tsitsipas playing like this, it might just be a Madrid repeat. But yeah, I mean, maybe we'll know more from like his presser, any quips from him about what exactly was happening today. Because I think if Jesper was fresh, like this easily could have been the fifth set. You know, the start of the fourth was just a nightmare for both players, really. And if Jesper wasn't coming off that 5-setter against Draper.
I've got Rublev Martinez on my screen. So if you see, I would imagine any minute, if they're not out already, Osaka and Swiatek.
Yeah, like a minute away.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just going to get some water. Just give me a second.
Go do that, Eddie. Yeah.
In terms of, they're already like ending the warm-up. Not in terms of...
Are they about to end the warm-up, are they?
Yes, they're about to end the warm-up.
Okay, so I'm going to switch over. Actually, I'm just going to watch to see if Martinez holds here, because this is a pretty interesting game at 3-all. But
such a horrible guy, really, is Roland Garros. I mean, you only get the main courts. You only get the worst matches where the top seeds battle against players who can't beat them, and it's like all the time. Yeah.
I'd like to see sort of Rublev Martinez go to a 5th set and then just sort of switch my attention to that one.
Sure. I will welcome it if it happens. I will definitely welcome it if it happens. But I mean, in most likelihood, all the matches today are going to be pretty dull. Like maybe Wawrinka Kotov can deliver, which they moved to Lenglen. That can
they've
be
moved
pretty
that
good.
to Lenglen, have they? What court was that going to be on?
At the end of play.
Okay. They might try and move one of the matches that has already got underway, one of the women's matches. I wonder if they might move it to Philippe Chatrier.
Absolutely no way.
No?
No. Because I think they want to start the night session on time every single day. Like I think it's like broadcasting stuff and.
But it might only be delayed by 50. Listen, if Iga gets this done, say 7 o'clock,
But you can't risk it. No, I mean the night session is like what, 8:15 now.
Yeah. But if it starts at 8:30, it starts at 9 o'clock, is it a big problem?
I think it's going to be for them. Plus, you cannot risk it because it might be a 3-hour women's match. I don't think they're going to change anything about Chatrier.
I mean, some of the women's matches have started, by the way, don't forget. So it's already 5-3 Fernandez. That's the one I was probably thinking about. Okay. In fact, one of the women's matches is into a second set.
But I guess the priority usually is that you should probably try to keep them on the court that they were played at as well, right?
Muskova is up 6-2-1 love.
I just don't think it will happen.
Yeah. Anyway, doesn't matter. I'm going to still waiting for this Rublev Martinez game to finish.
Tomorrow it's going to be raining as well, by the way. So I actually hope that it's going to be raining tomorrow because I will be out most of the day. My ability to see the action will be a little limited. So I wish it was today, I wish it was today. But unfortunately, it's going to be tomorrow.
I'm going to get some water as well. I'll be back in a minute.
We got Osaka serving already. Any point she doesn't claim like with her serve or sets herself up well with the serve, she probably will lose. So it's pretty crucial to hold, obviously.
Yeah.
I don't,
Oh
I
my
don't
god.
know about you, really, but like I don't have a high belief today in Osaka's ability to win this. Not on clay, at the very least.
No, like I mean, it should be a good matchup for Iga. I just, yeah, the recent sort of improvement, I just don't think is going to be good enough. Yeah.
I'm still a little surprised by that. Like, I don't know. I missed plenty of Naomi's matches this clay season, to be honest. But I did watch against Samsonova in Madrid, and like it didn't seem to me like she's done any real progress on the surface. She was still moving pretty awkwardly. Of course, Madrid is like more like it's more doable for her with the altitude, with quick conditions. But then in Rome, like the wins over some Kostyuk and Kasatkina, like that surprised me. And I'm not sure if it says more about Osaka or if it says more about these particular players. But I didn't watch either match, so.
Yeah, and then,
Rublev
she
gets the
eventually
break. So Rublev's up a set and a break now.
Yeah, she went down to Kinven, right? I think so.
Yeah. A player that's
What's happening here?
able.
Early tour just like declining to check the mark here or whatever. Yeah. Osaka was encouraging Tour to get off her chair, and she declined, and it's breakpoint Swiatek now, as that backhand was like, well, basically only barely touching it, I think. And already we have a breakpoint, but it won't be converted. But yeah, that was some weird little interaction between Tour and Osaka.
Well, I'm just going to have to be behind you both, I guess.
Oh yeah, sorry. John said that he has like a pretty quick French Open stream. I don't know if that actually is true. Or
Mine is
error is just there from Swiatek. That's where I am.
I'm at deuce. I'll be between the two of you. Damien will be slightly ahead of me.
I'm at deuce as well, but during the rally, I guess.
Yeah, no,
okay, I'm not with the rally yet.
Yeah,
just Osaka serving.
Yeah, I know exactly where we'll be at. I'll be about 10 seconds behind Damien and about 5 or 10 seconds ahead of Eddie.
Crazy.
We'll figure it out.
Just watching this rally now take place.
Indoors, by the way, if Osaka is going to win, is this like, some big saving grace for her?
Say again, Damien?
Indoors, I mean, is this like
big
grace
that was
Osaka?
something Eddie and I were just chatting about. It's just something, isn't it? It's just something for Osaka's fans to clutch at. That's something. That's all I'm saying.
A little bit extra in serve because for her, she's going to have to, start with a serve and build it from there. So that it will be important. She's got any chance of winning this, So
I tell you what, like this point could have been something for Osaka to clutch it, for defense of Osaka to clutch it, but it's like,
in the end, Iga gave her a chance. She shouldn't have done. When she gets that short ball, Iga probably should be going the opposite direction. Or if you are going to go in this direction, you've got to just hit it with a bit more venom than that. And Naomi had a good chance, I felt, of passing her. But it's a lovely
volley was like very non-textbook, but it's effective, so it works.
Yeah.
She like barely held her racket in the hand by the time she got to that.
Why is the scoreboard saying advantage Osaka? I don't get that.
Yeah, it was just an error.
I was confused there.
Yeah, should be deuce.
Obviously, she's serving on the deuce side. So.
Ashley, is anyone playing on Longland right now? Yes. Andre Rublev is up a set and a break against Martinez.
I got the break.
Yeah, he got the break. Yeah.
Good serve. So now it is advantage.
Yeah. Game point. That's a good serve from Naomi. As I said to Eddie before, the other thing to clutch at would be just Naomi having the best serving day of her life on clay.
That's related though, right?
Yeah.
If she's gonna have a good serving day, like some of that will be the impact of the roof, probably. But
Yeah.
the long term for her.
That was a
either.
great serve, and then finish with the backhand.
Lovely, yeah. Lovely.
Yeah,
One
so
love.
she need to do that a lot.
From the yeah, exactly. From the match's perspective, thank goodness Naomi held serve in that first game.
But
True.
like I think we saw before in that one point with which was the extended rally, when it got, you know, when she got pushed out to the side, you could see she's struggling with the movement, and you know there's much more to come here. So it's just going to be interesting to see if, yeah,
Okay.
she's just
You guys
trying
need to like convert these points, I guess, which she had some issues here, right? I mean, the short ball and then giving Osaka a bit of a chance to pass. But yeah, we'll see how aggressive Naomi is on return as well, which is probably again like a thing to clutch at here. Like, is the serve return game is pretty strong. If she's having a big lead there, then like that's kind of her big shot. Wow. John disappeared, but hopefully he'll be back swiftly. He's missing, well, I mean, sorry for the spoiler, but he's missing a pretty nice combination from Osaka. Maybe she has started moving less like a German tanker on clay, which I think is what Jake called it on last night's last ball drops, which definitely used to be true, but maybe it's not right like this now. I mean, that combo was really nice.
The lateral movement was good, but it's like, yeah, when she does get a chance, so she's going to have to come in and take control, because just keep the points as short as possible.
I think she knows what to do, given like it's her game plan anyway, 90% of the time. So
yeah,
I don't really think she needs to like experiment much against Iga today. Like, you know, she's not really stepping out of her comfort zone. Well, she's stepping in terms of like the, you know, what the opponent is going to give her, what sort of ball, because, well, she's probably not that used to it, even though she's one of the best players in the world. But she definitely isn't in terms of just like, yeah, how she's going to approach the match. Some like kind of slow rhythm early on from Swiatek, yeah. Maybe you can get some errors out of this, and definitely she has to be like a lot more consistent, a lot more focused than against Bronzetti. But yeah, I mean, it's a different matchup. Pretty sure she's gonna be able to bring that.
I'm back. I think that last point exposed Osaka a little bit in terms of the movement.
Yeah, covering the forehead was a bit of a mess there, sure.
Yeah, because it wasn't like Iga put the ball in the corner.
He's hitting really nice backhands on the slide so far, recovering after them too.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd seen that before as well in some of her other matches this season, but it's not just that. It's like that's one aspect of movement, but also you've got to, it's when you have to change direction so quickly all the time. That's what's
Naomi's swinging for it, which is absolutely what she has to do.
Oh, that was a good rally, though.
Yeah. Sean saying Sinner versus Gasquet must be a hot ticket tonight. I think it is for Parisians.
Are they going to throw gum at Sinner?
I'd have to. I have.
You saw that, right?
I haven't seen it. No, I've heard about it, but I've not seen it.
Yeah, I didn't see it, but yeah, I didn't see the match.
I doubt you can actually see it. Is there a video? Is there a video from the incident? He just mentioned it in the post-match.
That's
presser.
right. I'm a little. Oh.
She didn't make it. She didn't make it.
Oh, she didn't. Her clenched fist
Yeah.
made me think she had.
Because she still thinks that she did, but she didn't.
Was the call late or something, or did you just not hear it?
I don't know. I mean, eventually, already to check the mark, the Hawkeye also agrees with her. But yeah, this was a proper opportunity, and she's actually holding her own in these extended
What?
exchanges.
Oh,
as well.
A couple of millimeters out, so we are at juice. Yeah, I want to see it because the comments were like, "Oh, football crowd," which I just dismissed. I want to see more football crowds at tennis.
I see you. I mean, I don't. Well, I was going to see this. Wait, I was actually. It did seem like a little bit more this year. I don't know if that's just me, but
yeah, maybe. Certainly during qualifying.
The rowdiness, yeah. But
I don't know. I mean, last year when Taylor Fritz did was that not a crazy crowd? I don't know. I think you can be loud and be food at the same time. And
and you can give back like Taylor did. Both are fine. Neither's in the wrong. Oh, Naomi, you've messed up that forehand.
I mean, Fritz was in the wrong in the sense that he didn't need to do it, and then in his next match be under fire. Like he was in the wrong.
I get the human reaction.
But it's not a punishable offense. He shouldn't go to jail because of that. No.
But I also get it. A human being, I would do it. I think I would get. Who was it I saw celebrate? I think it was in Estoril. Someone celebrated in a big way a win over a Portuguese player. Was it the Borges match maybe against who was it Borges lost to?
Garin, of course. The drama.
Garin, yeah. People got annoyed with Garin.
Celebration.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't have a problem with it.
With the call was there. So people were kind of annoyed because of that. And I think Garin still celebrated maybe.
Yeah, but I get it. You're getting a lot of stick from the crowd. You win the match against the player and the crowd. You are going to be really pumped, like Taylor Fritz was last year, I think.
Oh yeah, right.
Go on, Eddie.
No, just saying. But I mean, just sometimes the crowd does get a bit over the top. Like, I mean, they'll just boo the other player for just talking to the umpire.
Oh yeah,
even when it's totally legitimate point or something.
Yeah.
Just boo.
Yeah.
By the way, instantly.
Naomi in a little bit of trouble here at Love 30.
Vachereau against Jabeur in the first round of the qualifying, the ending was crazy because Vachereau celebrated in a pretty weird way. I'm not really sure even what it's supposed to mean. He put both his hands below his
we lost Damien mid-sentence. He's coming back, I think. We lost you mid-sentence there, Damien.
Yeah, he put his hand, he squatted and he put his both hands kind of lower. I don't even know what it's supposed to mean, but basically they didn't like it at all that he made this huge reaction to beating Jabeur. Then he also threw a ball at the crowd, and yeah, it was just a wild ending. Vachereau was born in France, he's literally half French, so it was just pretty weird to see him booed like this. Yeah, this is unraveling for Osaka pretty quickly after that missed break point. Huge return 1-2 punches from Swiatek here. I think every single point was 1 and 2 shots, right?
Yeah, lovely swing volley there, love 40. So Naomi's going to have to bring out some of those serves that I told you about. And
this was a pretty ridiculous game, by the way, because it's every single point is just an Iga return, and then Naomi cannot recover to the next ball. Literally, because of getting to that return, she cannot recover for the next ball.
Yeah, and it's the same with that last point. So Iga does get the break. So it's 2-1.
It's kind of a big switch up to this second game on the Swiatek serve when Osaka was holding up so well in these extended points. I guess when she knew what was coming. But when Iga is getting the first strike on return, then Like it's just one shot that Naomi can get to. Next one is already going to kill her.
Rublev serving for the second set. Go on, Eddie.
I was just going to say there's a question there that might be of interest to Damien as well, but like because someone's asking if I've watched James McCabe play in Asia, but apparently he's considering switching from Australia to Ireland, which I did not know, but I've seen that guy maybe.
I'm pretty sure I know who asked that question.
And I've seen him like maybe play twice, and he's only like 20 or something. He's quite young, right? So, and he seemed, quite impressive. But if Ireland gets another player, then they're going to have him and Agui.
Yeah.
Which would be
McCabe, Agui, and there's also someone else that was like kind of I don't remember. But I did talk to Keen about this McCabe a few times, and like we were definitely considering that Davis Cup team potentially too. Yeah, McCabe and Agui.
Interesting.
But I mean he's fine. I think he does still have quite a lot of potential, a pretty dynamic game, but I don't know, just the last year or so has been a little, just doesn't feel like he's developed really in that part of his career. Maybe he can, join the Irish team and train with Michael, and then out of that he's gonna progress. I don't know. Maybe he needs the support of Tennis Ireland to like properly get going. But I don't know. Like this info, I think it was actually Keen who supplied it to me a couple of years ago, maybe already, maybe a year ago, about McCabe potentially switching to Ireland. Like, it's been a while and it hasn't happened. So, but I don't know. These things sometimes take time. But it would be very fun for the Irish fans, for sure, if they had two like proper class players.
Yeah, Ireland in the Davis Cup, that'd be cool.
Playing Davis Cup.
Yeah, that's true, because they played. I mean, I remember they played against Australia. I guess I mean like getting through to like maybe the world. The main...
they played Austria, of course, in at home this time. I think last year they played some like Caribbean nation or something like that. I don't remember what it was now. Was it Barbados? No, I don't think. Barbados is probably a bit stronger. I don't remember who it was. I think they played Peru as well. I seem to remember Agui losing to Huertas Delfino in like a dead rubber. But yeah, because of Keen, I follow the Irish Davis Cup team. I have to.
Because of what?
The guy who posted the question. The name is. Okay. I know it's tough to. Well, I actually thought you might know, since I mean it's Scotland, Ireland. It's not that close, but I thought you might know how to pronounce it. I certainly didn't before he told.
Okay,
but we also have Kira on the chat now, which is like the same rule, really, right? On the chat, on the Talking Tennis team.
I'm from Scotland, but I do have Irish ancestry. But yeah, well, I mean, I don't think. Oh, sorry, I'm just going to watch this rally. Oh, and it's long there for Osaka again. See, this could start unraveling quite quickly if she doesn't hold here.
There was a question to you as well about the Andy Murray Yonex racket. Have you tried it?
I actually made the switch from a Babolat to the Yonex, and I didn't like it, and I went back to my Babolat. So the Yonex, yeah, it does have more power, I think, but I just didn't like the feel.
I still feel like the operator is more important than the racket, especially at my lowly amateur level. I don't feel like I'm restricted by my equipment.
It's just like when you're just used to one and then you switch, like it does take a little bit of time to.
Oh yeah, sure.
And I was just like, I don't really need to do this. I'm just going to go back to what I'm used to. So
Osaka in a bit of trouble here, but 15:30 she finds a quick point on serve, which is obviously what she's really hoping for, and also an ace out wide, 181. Definitely one of the best serves in the sport still. But well, she will have to break Swiatek to stay in the set.
Something that hasn't really been discussed amongst the whole Andy Murray thing is the fact that he clearly had a contract with Head, wasn't it, before Yonex, I think, and that obviously came to an end. I mean, he's not breaking a contract, that's for sure. So it's then like that's come to an end, and probably no one is out there going, well, we'll pay you, Andy, for 2 months of tennis. And so he's just said, all right, well, I'll take on a Yonex. So I probably didn't read into it as much as a lot of people wanted to.
People try to make stories out of kids, rackets. And, it's their right. I'm not particularly invested in that side of the sport, but if
It's
anyone
a lovely forehand. I think if someone changes their tension, changes their tension, or we look at the whole thing with Manarino, for example, that's interesting. And
I'm sure Manarino is of course a big one.
Yeah, and Federer
but
when
tension tension they change every single day, really. I mean, depending on the conditions, and if it's like a major change, if it's a major switch, yeah. In terms of Federer, from going from 90 to 98 was definitely a huge one. Well, basically no one plays a 90 frame anymore, so.
Just watching the set point here that Rublev is going to put away with a forehand winner. So he's up 2-0.
I do have a 90 somewhere at home, 90 square frame. But I have to say that it's pretty tough to actually absorb any power with it. But if you are in control, it just feels like you're waving this magic wand, which I guess for Federer was also pretty tough to get rid of. But yeah, I totally get why he did. It's not easy to absorb a huge serve or anything.
So 3-2 here. Still no play, of course, on the outside courts. I'm going to repeat what I said a little while ago, which was the fact that they're not expecting a sustained period of dryness until about 7, 8 o'clock. So that's another hour or two away. And yeah, of course, the winner of this particular encounter, Swiatek Osaka, will play the winner of Fet Buskova. Buskova's won the first set there, but that's one of those rain-affected matches. So.
Wait, what did you say for about the outside courts?
So, okay, I haven't read or seen anything in the last hour or so, but what I was reading quite...
Everything is cancelled for the day.
The whole play? The whole day?
Yeah.
Outside courts cancelled? Oh, I didn't know that.
They scrapped the whole day like an hour ago.
Oh, okay.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay.
Order of play.
Terry's repeating that as well. So we're just basically... I would be trying to squeeze another match on. Yeah, I would be trying with that in mind.
I mean, I can't say that on a personal level because the time difference here. That's not too bad if I can. But I'm not too sure that they're actually going to be able to start in time tomorrow as well because you're saying there's going to be rain as well tomorrow. So
I think I checked the forecast and it's supposed to be like a thunderstorm midday, more or less, like midday in terms of not midday as noon, but midday in terms of mid schedule, let's say. Yeah. So I think they could start on time, but during the day it might be tough. As I said, that actually suits me tomorrow, so I'm gonna be hoping for some Paris rain, just out of totally selfish reasons. But yeah, I think tomorrow is also gonna be tricky, which might actually help some players, like these guys who got it done today. Let's say Carlos Alcaraz, who was really fatigued, he might play a guy on Friday. Friday, right? Yeah, who had to play 2 matches in succession. So, I'm not saying on one day. That's not going to happen at Islam, really. But unless it's super crazy. But just 2 matches, one on Thursday, one on Friday. Which, given his conditioning issues today, that could be a huge savior for him. So, but it's always been like this. I remember this Wimbledon when I think Federer was in the 3rd round, and there was still players who had to start their round 1 or were in the middle of their round 1s. simply because, well, you only have, 3 matches on center and court 1 every day, and the outside courts were just constantly flooded.
So we've got then, in theory, just 3 matches left for the day's play in Paris, which is these 3. Gasquet Sinner on Châtelet, which will follow this one, or starting around about 8:15 local time. And then Goff Zidansek will follow Rublev Martinez, and that may well be quite soon, bearing in mind Rublev is up 2 sets to love. And then it'll be Kotov against Wawrinka to finish off the day's play on that particular court.
Yeah, Kotov Wawrinka might be a pretty nice one. We mentioned yesterday that, like, with how Coco's level kind of fluctuates more than the other top players, it seems, although she still wins pretty much, the same as the other top players, but like it can be a pretty entertaining match with Zidansek, and maybe it's an okay play, but like, yeah, it's not really what I come to Roland Garros for,
Forehand winner there for Osaka, brings up 40-30 on the
I come for the miss of having 15 courts on at the same time and not knowing what to watch, and that's what I want from a slam, not the whole day of rain.
A lovely backhand down the line from Naomi, who timed that so well, and we've got deuce. We've got some of the variables going Naomi's way. She just needed one more, which was to put that forehand winner away or forehand away that she had a chance at to break. And that would be almost at pretty much the maximum, and would be on serve right now. Still might be, of course, if she breaks here.
That was a good backhand. Yeah. This at Alcaraz, you have to play quarter or quant. So, I mean, it's like, if they have to play a fatigued version as well, it's very suitable for him, I think.
He can win it at 70%, I think, yeah. It's just a question if by the quarters he will be able to raise his stamina, I guess.
Is Naomi normally this far inside the court for a return on the second serve?
I was going to say,
when you're playing Swiatek, you gotta be.
I mean, she's really far in, it seems.
Yeah, that was quite far.
It depends on the opponent, but like against Swiatek, everyone is, right? And if you're not, you're just surrendering.
She's gone long there on the backhand, so it's a game point for Iga. I don't know. Can you see the chat, Damien?
I check it from time to time.
There's a question for you from Nerlan.
I'm afraid now. I will enter the chat. And I am a little anxious to check it.
It's not that bad. It's just silly.
What does it even mean, though, really?
Then you think if a thunderstorm catches you, would you be able to survive? I mean, you've probably been out in a thunderstorm before, right? Like, depends what you mean. If I get hit by lightning, then no, my chances of survival would be very, very, very poor. Although in some movies it happens that like they get hit by lightning and then they, I don't know, become like a monster who can electrocute people with just shooting from their hands or electricity or whatever. But no, probably not. But if I was just like running around in a thunderstorm, let's imagine that I go running this morning, which I actually did, and it was a bit of rain, but let's imagine it's a thunderstorm, I would probably survive, Nurlan. Yes, that's my best guess.
29 minutes for 6 games, which tells you that we've had quite a few juice games there, and that was one there that Iga was under a little bit of pressure on her serve, and Naomi did the right thing, just going aggressive, but she couldn't put that backhand away at the end of that last game, and therefore Iga held, and she's also won the first point now on Naomi's serve after, again, there was sort of a point I've seen quite a few times where Naomi is running across court and just trying to swing from right to left, and that time she erred. That's a pretty horrible serve there from Naomi as well. Not sure even sure if it landed in the doubles.
I think this is the first point that she got down on the second serve, which, like, in the long run, I'd expect her to have a very low percentage of points won on the second serve, since, like, anytime you guys, like, you know, like in the what was it, like in the break, the third game, right, when she's getting the first strike in on return, she's like kind of just punishing Naomi's movement instantly.
Ozan asking me about my racket tension. I just go basically in the middle because I don't know. I say, don't give me low, don't give me high, just give me something in between.
Yeah, it's a problem definitely for me as well. Like, I just say, do whatever. I mean, moderate.
I actually got mine done at the Nadal Academy most recently, and they of course they asked me those questions. I'm like, just give me whatever.
And then they look at you like an idiot, but well, it is what it is.
It is what it is.
Oh my god! Sorry, I'm just distracted here. Someone, my friend's actually there and sending me videos from this match. So
okay,
I was just a bit distracted. Yeah,
it's a lovely forehand winner there for Naomi, bringing up 2 game points. As I say, I think we are at sort of the limit here for Naomi. This is kind of as good as it can be, and she's still 4-2 down.
Yeah, but as we said, the forehand that she missed there in the first game, right? Like that was
it. Yeah, she gets that point, and we're on.
That was 20 meters away. Is what I'm trying to say, right?
Yeah.
Millimeters, maybe even. I mean, the Hawkeye at least of it looked extremely close.
Maybe we just need Iga to miss a bit more. That would be the other thing. But anyway, Osaka holds for 3-4 or 4-3.
I guess that was when she still was missing a fair bit.
Big come on there as she holds.
But that seemingly that part of the match has since ended, it seems.
Well,
Raining pretty hard here. Matching the Parisian weather. Oh, Richard Gasquet has arrived. They love to show these little pictures of players arriving and having their bags checked. There's Yannick as well. Open up his bag and there's a bunch of carrots in there.
So
a little love letter from Anna Kalinskaya.
Go on, Eddie.
I was just actually checking the draw just to see who Swiatek or Osaka would play next, and
Bouzkova potentially.
But Bouzkova is ahead, so yes.
Bouzkova is playing who? I forgot.
Fett.
Yeah, she's up a set.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, Fett was like barely fit in the first round. Both actually were. Like both were totally struggling, and somehow she got through. But yeah, Bouzkova, that's hardly a threat probably. Well, today has been okay. Like today has been a match at least.
Altmaier brought something to the party.
Yeah. Altmaier, the last 2 sets was like straight up in his Yannick Sinner beating form. And he is now down to that really poor, like atrocious top 10 record of 4-4. I mean, what are you doing, Daniel Altmaier? You know, you've played top 10 players 8 times and you've only won 4 of them? Ridiculous.
Monfils is not even playing today, but Kren is saying it's Monfils time. But I think he means in general to win the title.
Yeah, I mean, there was some magic in the first round. It's a pretty Musetti and the guy who he hasn't played in 20 years, whom he hasn't beaten in 20 years.
Djokovic, yeah.
What?
I asked DC Nestoril if he's going to win the French Open. He said there's a 1% chance. So I've got to keep dreaming.
Rukapui said he wasn't, though. So he was right. That
He
was
was
a good prediction.
He was out in qualifying, and Iga takes a 40-love lead as Swiatek, as Osaka goes big on that forehand wide.
Yeah, but Pui ran into the
Medjedovic.
goat in the first round, so it is what it is. I mean, you can't win with a draw like this.
Good depth there.
Otherwise, I'm sure he's predicting.
Osaka winning 43% of her second serve points. Oh, and that's a wild first serve there from Iga. Trouble is, it's 40-15. Pace of the match is quickening up a little bit. Low net clearance there from Iga, and gonna have a runaround forehand from here. Are we going to get a Rafa type runaround forehand? No, we're not. But it doesn't matter because Iga goes long, 40-30. Ozan, I think the last Frenchman to win the Roland Garros singles was Yannick Noah, no?
Yannick Noah.
The new Laver Cup captain.
The only one in the Open era too. So
A lot of people were really angry about Yannick Noah being made the Laver Cup captain. I was like,
because it isn't Federer.
Yeah, but I mean,
Federer just didn't want it, clearly.
it's definitely gonna be more entertaining than Björn Borg, who was a mummy there. Like Björn Borg did not say a thing for the entire duration of the Laver Cup.
yeah, not that we heard anyway. But
we were juiced after a horrible forehand, from Iga. Who's sweating buckets, by the way.
She looks a little bit, intense.
Yeah, no, and it would be an insane US Open final if it was the Naomi Osaka of 2020. Definitely.
I mean, if they were to play in the US Open final tomorrow, then it's not lopsided.
No, definitely not. So. Especially it suggests that Osaka's playing pretty well if she's in the final.
Probably.
Could be interesting on grass as well. Bearing in mind they're sort of both a bit fish out of water there.
I see Naomi's entered quite a few grass tournaments.
Yeah, she signed up for, I think, the first one in the first week after the French Open, which suggests she probably doesn't think she's going to be going far in Paris. We've got a break point here for Naomi Osaka.
Yeah, this is.
It's been a very loose game though from Iga, bearing in mind she was up 40-love, which is exactly what Naomi needs. Here we go. Second serve as well, as that first serve is pretty ugly as well in terms of it hitting the bottom of the net.
Brad Gilbert is fuming right now.
Brad Gilbert, why?
Yeah.
Oh, because the ball toss, yeah. Yeah, well, I disagree with Brad on that one. I'm sure some players take advantage of it, but most of the time it's just accidental.
Is there a take you agree with, Brad Gilbert on?
You'd have to show me 100 takes, and then I'll come back to you. Right now, we're into a pretty interesting rally that Iga's on top of. She should put this away. She doesn't. Maybe there's a lack of confidence on that forehand from the previous point, and it carries over, and she errs Iga, and we're back on serve.
Wow.
Nerland's saying Osaka would dominate Iga on grass. So, for all, question here for you, Eddie. Who has the highest potential of all the players you watched in Asian Challengers? I'll go for Coleman Wong as top 50 potential.
Well, I actually said exactly that I see potential for top 50, but yeah, he's in a little. Obviously, he's young, like he's still 19. I am being impressed by him, but the last few tournaments he's he's obviously in a slump, right? I mean, he's just not getting the results at the moment, but yeah, because he gave him
like he'll get there.
Yeah,
top 50. Yeah, I mean,
But-
hasn't he already brushed the top 100? Has he not got?
no.
No?
He's
What?
only like 100.
What is
Yeah.
he?
Serve. He's
Super
180.
Oh, okay.
But he made his he personally said that he wants to reach the top 100 this year, and reach the next gen finals. But yeah, it's going to be a bit touch and go. But probably
100 is going to be tricky. I mean, he's defending these
Yeah.
two finals later on as well, back to back.
Yeah, he for sure he would need to start like winning some tournaments, basically.
Winning
Challenger.
titles pretty much. Who else was there? I don't remember. Like Lyall was also there, I guess. Bellucci was there. Like younger, talented
That
guys.
was a miss from Naomi. Really.
You mean in Little Rock?
No. I mean in Asian challengers that you were asked about.
Oh yeah, younger, but yeah, Lyall was there. He did pretty well, but he didn't do that well in the ones in Korea that I was at. But then he looked good
pretty
in that.
rough.
Yeah.
Iga dominates that point, so we're at 30 all. And that point at 30 love, it's a similar one to what happened before when she had a break point, but I think it was even easier for Naomi to win the point at 30 love when there was not quite an open court, but a half open court. She just needed to land it in, and she missed, which meant 30-15, and then Iga dominates the next point from the second serve onwards, and we're now at 30 all. And Osaka's gone long on the first serve. I feel a break coming in again. Let's see.
Any second serve point is going to be like 80% for Swiatek, I think. So
Yeah. I mean, it was 57, but yeah, I know what you mean. And Iga does dominate from the second serve onwards there and ends up putting away that short ball with consummate ease. And we've got a break point for Iga.
I guess it's up to 7.
Was that Fim for set clapping that last point?
Yeah, they also did earlier. It was like I don't remember what. Oh, I know what the point was. That a long rally which Iga finished with a volley, where like she barely had her hand on the racket when she was hitting it, and like after that, Fisset and the guy next to him was also clapping after that.
Well, I don't know
Like,
if they're going to be clapping again.
They were like really excited after that point.
Second serve here for Iga anyway, and she's going to be on top again, I think. Oh, but she doesn't take advantage. I mean, it was a good amount of depth there, to be fair, but anyway, she puts the forehand into the net and looks pretty pissed off, as you'd imagine. Deuce. Just brushed it too much. Who has been the most open ATP WTA player you've interviewed in terms of the most engaging with their answers? Don't know. I didn't interview one. Say again?
Caro Daniel? Is that a good idea? He just kind of really goes into the questions. Like he's like really, makes you think like he's excited to talk to you, which maybe he is, I don't know, but that would be my answer.
I like, it wasn't a one-to-one, but in the mix zone, I like Dominic Thiem, Casper Ruud to some extent as well.
Casper was very good, yeah.
Yeah. A game, and Osaka's held from 30-40, 3 points in a row. She holds for 5-4. Over to you, Iga. And then, but one-to-ones, I've liked them all, really. Lauda Siegmund was fun. Maybe it was the first one I did, so I can remember. But Aziz Dugas, Magdalenette recently. Yeah, those three spring to mind, but I could be missing someone. There's not been any bad ones yet.
Getting rid of the show, Jasmine Paolini.
Oh, Paolini. Yeah, no, Paolini was good too. in press conference, for whatever reason, and I was thinking this yesterday when obviously there was a lot of talk about the Elena Rybakina ones. Sometimes players just like you and sometimes they don't. And so I was finding Madison Keys in a press conference last week in Strasbourg having a very different take on my questions to Daniel Collins. Every time I ask Daniel, and I get the impression sometimes it is the person, and I know you highlighted that eager question that Ubaldo asked recently, but she doesn't like Ubaldo for whatever. Well, I know why she doesn't like him, probably because of that makeup question he asked her a couple years ago. And so he asked a question recently, and I just know that Iga's response was because she doesn't like him. And I was noticing that Daniel Collins, for whatever reason, liked my questions, if you like, and so she was just giving full answers. But I think other people
were not getting the same treatment from Daniel Collins.
Yeah, they were not, no, and especially the on-court interview. But then he did put Danielle in a slightly awkward position regarding her ability to speak French. Eddie, what about you? Any players that have stuck out to you that you've spoken to that you enjoyed talking to or not as eager double faults?
I mean, I didn't talk to that many players. Like, I mean, the most engaging interview I did was with Coleman. I mean, yeah, that was
possibly because his English was the best though as well, right?
Yeah, there's that as well. But no, I mean, he had a pretty good personality. It was easy to talk to.
Yeah.
And yeah, it wasn't like the only other one was like, there was the young Korean player, Ro, but he's just a junior, but he's training at IMG. But yeah, Osaka's.
Yeah, I know. I was watching this. Good idea for Iga to go back behind her, though. That is something I think Iga can do a lot more of.
Yeah, we're getting off topic here a bit, but this is turning into quite a good match, really.
Yeah. The intrigue is there at least, which is all we can ask for. And the scoreboard is lending
tennis is
itself
unscripted, they just decided because everything has been cancelled on the outside courts, we need to bring this one, like we need to bring the crowd something. And
we need to elevate this, yeah, definitely. I don't know how Rublev is getting on. Is he just 2 sets up and on serve, or is it any other more radical developments in that third set? I don't, for some reason, have the Rublev score at hand. He's up a break in the third, is he?
2 holds away.
Okay.
Yeah, 2 holds away.
Iga
It's a horrible for backhand here.
Really horrible, which is what I said that maybe. We're now at 30 all. So Naomi Osaka is 2 points away from winning a set. I'm going to talk us through this next point and potentially 2 points, especially if she brings up a break point. 30 all. Sorry, because I'm going to be a few seconds ahead of you here, Eddie. You can always turn the sound off and then come back at the end of the point. Decent return, really good return from Naomi, which helps. And Iga dumps the backhand into the net. And these errors that I said we needed to make a match are now coming off the racket of Iga. 30-40.
Wow.
Indeed. And a clap there from Forsett makes sense.
Well, I mean,
Iga error. Go on, Dan.
I really thought. Well, we'll see if she can get this set, because I really thought that it was going to be like maybe like she
6-2.
could make a good. No, I thought maybe could be like a 6-4, 6-3 or something, or 6-4, 6-4 maybe, but I didn't think.
I was operating more on like 2-3 sets, but obviously she's already outperformed that expectation, and
it's long.
She's super close to snapping one.
Yeah, that was a kind of a forced error, I think, in terms of that was a pretty good shot from Iga, and yeah, I wouldn't criticize Naomi too much for that one.
Does Iga seem a little bit nervous?
Say, Eddie?
Very.
Do you think she seems?
She's very.
Yeah.
She's clearly very tense. Like the ball striking is just kind of breaking down in some of these important moments, and the forehand that she had at break point at 4-0, right? Like that was just pure nerves.
And now here we go. Look at Naomi trying to pounce on this second serve. Backhand return, no good.
Yeah,
Into the net.
Had to try, but wow.
Yeah. Game point.
There was
now
this
for Iga.
backhand into the open court here as well from Swiatek, with like, under pressure, nothing is easy anymore. But well, it's full credit to Osaka because like she's the one that applied this pressure, right? If it was 4-1 right now, not 4-5, we wouldn't be seeing that tension. But because it is 4-5, we are.
Scoreboard pressure. First serve into the net. That's useful for Naomi. It's interesting she doesn't take up that same position in the ad court. Not even close. Now we're into the rally here. Forehand, Naomi just goes long and wide. She did kind of have to go for that, I think. And it's a hold for Iga as she looks towards her team in a kind of I'm annoyed kind of way. Daria looks stoic and then shouts something, which, bearing in mind, I don't speak Polish. I've got the sound down anyway.
We get
like,
Damien's translation.
I speak Polish a little bit, but I actually have sound down as well.
Yeah. I mean, she's like, bloody hell, come on, in a Cockney accent. Five all, Osaka to serve, second serve here. Backhand return from Iga, that did set up quite nicely for her, but that's a lovely backhand from Osaka cross court, 15-love. Two points, basically, when she had that open court or semi-open court earlier that Naomi heard on, and the other one when she had a break point in, I think, the first game of the match. Or was it a bit later than that? Anyway, whatever, when it just goes a few millimeters long. Those are the 2 points that could have made all the difference regarding this first set. Iga there, I thought she was going to put that backhand away. She didn't. Dumps it into the net, so we're at 30-love. Naomi's getting 68% of her first serves in. I think I sort of said at the beginning of the match or just before the match began, I was like, she needs to get sort of 75% first serves, and then you never know. But she's not far away from that.
A very high number. Like
of course
that's rarely going to happen.
Of course it is. Yeah, but it's rarely going to happen that
Without
Iga loses. Oh, lovely shot there. Although she's actually apologizing, so maybe it was a bit lucky. Yeah, of course it rarely happens. But then so does Naomi Osaka beating Iga Swiatek on Philip Chatrier. Rarely happened if they were to play.
Actually not. Like maybe we're actually straight up underestimating our chances.
I still think if they play each other 10 times, then Iga wins 9. But that doesn't mean one of them doesn't happen today.
It might be 10 though. Still, despite this being close.
Yeah.
I mean, if Osaka's going to win this, though, she will need to take this first set, I'm pretty sure. But yeah.
That second serve return. And it's 30 all.
That was well done from Iga.
So, first serve lands in. Very important. And Iga can't do anything with it. I think that may even clipped off the line. Had a funny sort of flat bounce to it. It sort of just went underneath the racket of Iga. 40-30. Game point here for Osaka to once again apply the pressure to Iga. That time she goes long on the first serve. So a second serve here. Can Iga once again see? Oh, lovely, risky second serve there from Naomi. She's going to put that swing volley away. She's going to have a smash. Let it bounce. Let it bounce. It bounces out. And we've held serve. So, 6-5.
Yeah, we're still in this, and we're still with Iga under
Intrigue.
pressure
Yeah.
instead. Naomi.
Pretty surprised. I mean, like, yeah, just especially how she's broken back as well.
Yeah, because was Iga serving for it, or was it maybe it was 4-3 and she was up at break? Yeah. Oh, match point number 3 for Andre Rublev, and I presume he takes it because otherwise the cameras wouldn't cut. And yes, Martinez dumps a forehand into the net, so Andre Rublev is through to round 3.
Not a particularly exciting match between the two players.
No.
Yeah,
What can you do?
It's all about Rublev and Tsitsipas in that section, really.
Yeah.
I mean, Rublev is going to play Arnardi on mirror.
Oh, yeah, we did talk about it, yeah. But
That's super doable, I think.
He could trouble him.
Could be a tired
Arnaldi.
Arnaldi.
Like he's just kind of too good for it, but he had a time trouble. Wow. Well, fasten your seatbelts.
Here we go.
And I'm not gonna finish the quote with "It's gonna be a bumpy night," but basically, get ready.
Oh! Wow, Eddie, look at this. Rafa Nadal.
Oh, no way. I've only just seen that. That was a ridiculous.
That has to do with Rafa Nadal.
I've got to bring Rafa into the tournament somehow.
Yeah.
I mean, it's definitely more, even though he's a lefty and she's a righty, like it's still more factual than if you said Alexander Zverev. So yes, okay.
Yeah. Did we have a set point for Iga? No, we didn't, did we? We had 30 all. She was 2 points away, I think, on the at one point on the, I think, Osaka serve.
Set point? How? I mean, she got her fifth game.
Not, yeah. Maybe it was a break. I was thinking she's 2 points away from the break. Anyway, Naomi dumped that.
At 4 games, so she had a break.
Yeah, she did. Yeah, 30-40.
He missed that pass on forehand, like straight up middle of the net, just completely broke down.
Oh yeah, and Osaka had a set point, didn't she, at 30-40 on the Iga serve? Yeah. Anyway, 15 all now. First serve is into the net. As the Iga's first serve percentage will drop a little bit. There we go. In the deuce court, there's the usual pouncing position for Naomi. Forehand return goes long. Yeah, I think she likes it into the backhand when it on that second serve a bit more. I know she dumped a backhand recently into the net, but there was a few other backhand returns from her that were quite nice. Anyway, that forehand return wasn't 30-15. Hey, goes
Daniel Collins setup.
What was that about Daniel Collins?
I was saying that it's the Daniel Collins return setup.
Okay.
Well, another pretty rough. Yeah, like another kind of like non-textbook volley that is absolutely fine.
Well, it is when it comes off like that. Definitely, she did let Naomi back into the point to some extent, like she did before. But yeah, that's a lovely put away one way or another. Net points 6 out of 7 for Naomi. 6 out of 7 for Iga and 5 out of 6 for Naomi. So pretty impressive for both players in that stat at least. And we've got 2 game points here for Iga. Backhand return. Forehand is good from Iga. Puts herself in charge of the point. She's going to put that swing volley away. She is. Now that's authority. 6 all tiebreak.
Yeah, but like other than these 2 volleys that Iga had, like you don't really remember Osaka hitting anything like any volley really, right? Like it's only just like some putaways, some smashes next to the net and stuff. So like I would say only Iga went there twice, but obviously it will count as a net point. But
Iga's had a couple of swing volleys that she put away, and there was a couple of other volleys that we mentioned. A tiebreak record for this year. Iga's only been in 5 tiebreaks the whole year. That seems
That's
nuts.
pretty normal. Like, they very rarely play tiebreaks on the WTA tour in general compared to the ATP. I mean, Iga and Sabalenka, for example, right? They played their 10th or 11th match. I don't even remember. 10th, right? No, 10th was in Madrid. 11th was in Rome. But okay, so they played their 10th in Madrid, and they played their first tiebreak against each other in the third set tiebreak there. That's pretty normal.
And we've got a really good return from Iga, which basically puts her 1-love up. Over an hour on the clock. 1-0, I think, is the tiebreak terminology, actually. Backhand return there from Naomi goes into the net. 2-0. Swiatek. I certainly think if this is hard, yeah. I'm not sure about grass, Ghosty. It's a bit of a basket case scenario.
You know what I hate about these tiebreak stats as well? They obviously only include the two-level matches. And when it was Bellucci against Tiafoe and they were going into the tiebreak, and they showed the stats of their tiebreaks in 2024, and Frances was like whatever, and Bellucci 0-0, which is like so untrue. Like, how can you lie to people like this? Like that's straight up lying to the people watching, and I absolutely hate it.
3-0 Swiatek after Osaka goes long, but she has got, of course, 2 serves here.
Osaka looked like she was meditating there.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. Yeah. She's just like, oh, I need to put that error out of my mind.
Oh, well, she's just got to bang a couple of serves down here. Let's see what happens.
Forehand return from Iga. And Naomi's in trouble here. Big style in this point. But again, Iga lets her back into the point. I've seen that deja vu scenario, but doesn't matter because Osaka's dumped a backhand into the net. And it's 4-0. Yeah, Keane. I think it was a tweet from Keane or maybe a comment from Keane about John McEnroe. But that seems to be every Grand Slam. John McEnroe.
A little much, to be honest, to me. Like top 250 in the world, at least, of both men and women. Like, why would you need that if you're commentating on main tour matches? Like,
to be honest, you just need to know the 2 players that you're commentating on.
Exactly. Like you just need to do some homework in case you need it. But like, I don't know the top 250 of the women's. There's a lot of players ranked probably in that 150, 250 range that I would be unable to produce anything about unless I had to, which in this case I would do my homework.
Yeah, I mean, when you're talking about commenting and then they don't, and then they're just like, who is this guy? It's like, you should know. Go on.
Who is this guy, Martinez?
Brad Gilbert had this fun tweet today, like, haven't seen much of Jesper de Jong, the Dutch guy ranked 176. I think haven't seen much was probably just, I haven't seen him ever, but well, that's how he phrased it. Anyway, this tiebreak is, running away from Osaka very quickly. 5-1 up now for Swiatek with this nice combination. I don't feel like Iga has done, anything ridiculous, right? So far, she's kind of just stayed more solid than the previous few points. Not much work done by Naomi with the serve as well, which
going for the corners, but with a little bit of margin, sort of classic Iga style.
Yeah, but like that's what she was trying to do earlier as well. She was just like unable to produce these strokes sometimes under intense pressure, but she manages to hold herself back from these errors so far in the tie break.
Last year, did she just drop 1 set in the whole tournament when she obviously dropped
the final
into Mukova? Yeah, exactly. And the year before, the same with Qinwen Zheng?
Yes. And in 2020, she did not drop a set.
Yeah.
I saw a weird Rafa Nadal stat as well. Like someone was really reaching there, in my opinion. That like in 115 matches at Roland Garros, he was only pushed to a fifth set twice or something like that, or like 3 times. But yeah, but he also lost matches that didn't go to 5 sets. So I think these should be included, right?
I think he didn't lose any, right? Because I think the Soderling was that 4 set.
He lost in 4 sets every single time. Yeah.
Well,
oh, sorry, 3 against Novak. Yeah. 3 against Novak, 4 against Novak, and 4 against Soderling. But like, it is a little misleading to say that he was only pushed to a fifth set 3 times. Like technically that's true, but he also lost 3 matches while not getting to a fifth.
Yeah, 6-1 Iga. Again, just a few centimeters in it, but it doesn't matter.
Wow, it went so quickly.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's been a pretty good effort, even if this...
Fantastic effort. Just the tiebreak. Somehow, in about 3-4 minutes, really, went completely in Iga's favor. But, I mean, 66 minutes, this set, that's something.
And it's
like
done.
That might be more than Iga spent on court in her first round. I actually would have to check, but that's probably true, right?
Yeah.
If Jake was in the chat, he'd tell us because he knows everything about Leolia Jean now. But yeah, that match was shorter indeed than this first set. So it's something. Like if the GOAT Leolia Jean couldn't even extend the match to this duration, then that's an awesome effort from Naomi to do it in a set.
Oh, wait, I'm just going to... Oh, it's not there yet. They're teasing us.
What?
Just on the official... Oh, wait. Is it there? The Roland Garros schedule? No, it's not. It sort of pops up like the tomorrow's, but when I click on it, it says it's not available yet. Okay.
In other, maybe because it's so complicated.
Right in the process of typing it in? I don't know.
I mean, because I remember when Rafa was playing Zverev, which would have been a bit earlier in the day in terms of the fact that I think it was done by about now. I remember the next day's schedule was already up. But I guess with the complexities of tomorrow, they might be taking a bit longer.
When there was no rain, they were posting the schedule at like 1 p.m. or 2 p.m. because well, it's a slump. I mean, on the next, the players won't be playing, the day after. So pretty much you could post the schedule right after today's play ends for Friday if there's no rain. But since the rain began, all these issues, they've been just posting it pretty late in the day when they are actually fully aware of what's happening. And today I get that fully aware is just scratch it all. I mean, cancel the whole day.
Why is Jarry at 9 in my rankings keen? Well, quite simply because 1 to 7 not picks itself, but the players in 1 to 7 pick themselves. You can then mix up the order slightly, and that's up to you. But then from 8 to whatever is difficult. And so I went for the Rome finalist who pushed Alcaraz at Wimbledon last year, who won titles on Latin American clay, who on clay is top 20 in the world, top 15 in the world, whatever. And I'm just going on a bit of recency form, basically. But that doesn't mean I'm right to have him at 9. And I just think it's not wild.
I just think after top 8, maybe even 7, if you are really down on Holger Rune by now, like it really wouldn't matter who you put there, because who else is your options? Like outside of Jarry, like who would you put
Dimitrov,
there?
Khachanov,
Hurkacz, Khachanov, like it doesn't matter whatsoever who you put there really.
No.
Maybe Fritz should be higher. Did you have him at 10?
No, I had Hurkacz at 10. But yeah, maybe.
Fritz should have been higher, I think.
Yeah.
But otherwise, like it really doesn't matter if Jarry is 9 or if it's Tommy Paul or if it's Karen Khachanov. Like that's literally the same level. So
yeah,
if you had him in the top 7, like that would be a huge blunder, I think. But
yeah,
otherwise,
Iga started off pretty strongly there.
Yep.
That might have just getting that set might have eased her up a bit, and she's just gonna power on now.
I'll say my favorite thing as well. She is starting, on serve. So that's gonna help her.
Mm.
The stats don't back that up. I always say that too, just as a disclaimer.
Slightly off topic, the Eastbourne entry lists are being posted by Michelle Samulski.
Okay.
So if you're interested.
They've been out since yesterday, though, right?
Have they? No, well, where? I've only just seen them now since he's posted them.
Everywhere.
Not, the Eastbourne entry list. Oh, okay. I must have missed it. It's not on the darts rankings site, which is what I checked.
It's not yet? Really?
No,
That's very weird. But yeah, Alex de Minaur not playing Eastbourne, so I guess he really aims for a deep run at Wimbledon.
Nishikori's in the draw.
When we get the Wimbledon qualifying list, I'll be very interested to see if Milos Raonic is in there. Because he is signed up for Hertogenbosch and Queens.
Oh, he
And
did,
if
did
he would like to play Wimbledon qualifying is kind of what I'm thinking.
Well, we've got a...
We've got an early break for Osaka, so our claim that maybe this will like, fire up Swiatek suddenly. Well, they have been very quickly ended by Naomi. She just says, "You fools! You thought I was done."
Well.
2 breaks of serve from Osaka against Iga now in the match. It's one more than Iga's produced off the Osaka serve. Although it doesn't make any difference. She's still basically behind. Keen suggesting I should have put Bublik in my power rankings. I mean, he kind of falls into a similar category. He's just a bit more hit and miss. Whereas you just think of Dimitrov and Hadji.
I know he can be fine on clay when he wants to, but he can't be in the same category on clay. By Wimbledon, we might say that he's in the same category, but not here.
Yeah.
Here he's one of the seeds you still want to draw, just on the off chance that like he's not going to be playing with.
I mean, I would put Medvedev probably ahead of Bublik in a queue. So, I mean, he beat him in Madrid, I think.
I mean, Daniel should be higher than Bublik.
Yeah.
I mean, in terms of chances to win the title, like clearly it's not Bublik.
Or Medvedev, really.
He's not in the same tier. I don't care how gritty he's been this year. Like he's just not in the same tier on clay. By Wimbledon, though, we might revisit this discussion. Maybe a bagel for Naomi Osaka. What do you think about that?
No. When was the last time Iga was bageled on clay or ever? I'm just trying to think.
I honestly don't know.
Even on lesser favored surfaces, I don't think she gets bageled.
Wasn't there like a Muguruza one maybe years back, or did she actually win a game in one of the sets there? There was definitely a Camila Giorgi Australian Open one that was 2000. I don't even know. It was like a 6-6 love.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to find it. Well, try. I'm gonna find it. It's not really that tough.
Some good serving there from Naomi, making it 40-15.
Kasatkina on grass was the last one, but just before that was Muguruza on hard courts, the match that I mentioned. Georgie is there, but that was 2019. And I guess on clay, it happened last at 2019 Roland Garros, right? We should be remembering that. Halep against Swiatek, 6-1, 6-0, right? That was like 45 minutes for Simona, indeed.
Lovely serve and forehand there. And it's 2-love. Just a lovely, lovely
well.
hold from Naomi. As I see
Yeah.
Coco entering
That
the court.
would be a proper taste your own medicine moment. Of course, it's just love. I don't even know why I'm talking about a bagel. I guess I was just trying to be, I don't even know what, funny. Nah.
I mean,
Unserious.
Osaka had a set point. Imagine if somehow she'd have won that point and she was now up a set in a break. Oof.
But then maybe this set goes completely different.
Yeah,
I mean,
of course. I know.
butterfly effect.
Eddie, you were going to say something and then you changed your mind?
I was just looking at the schedule. It's up now.
Oh,
The
it is up
schedule
now.
for her.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Regarding the first set, Jake, Osaka just did everything that she possibly could, served pretty well. Iga was certainly off color and feeling the pressure towards the end of the first set. Osaka had even just a couple of other chances that on another day might have just landed in rather than going millimeters long, and then we may even have got it done. But then when it came to the tiebreak, Iga went into a sort of Djokovic-esque lockdown mode and won it 7-1. Go on, Eddie, the schedule for tomorrow, because I am very intrigued. Are they going to start any earlier or still 11 o'clock?
Yeah, it's still the same in terms of the start times, yeah. But, yeah, Chatrier at 12. First up is Uchijima against Sabalenka. So...
Love 30 here on the eager serve. So bagel incoming, as we've already said. Let's move on to the third set.
Wow.
She's like really bullying Swiatek right now in these points. I don't know how long this will continue, but she's really doing it.
There's some of the order of play for tomorrow.
Yeah, Monfils on the night session. I mean,
against who's he playing?
Musetti.
Musetti. Yeah, okay. So love 30 here. Ooh, 15-30. And the first one up on Simon Mathieu will be the continuation of her catch Nakashima.
Zhang Qinwen is on court 3, the third on. Against Korpash.
Okay, and Iga goes long with a backhand, and we've got 15-40 on the Iga serve.
Wow. Now this is turning into
something very intriguing.
Yes,
Gosh,
indeed.
Iga might win the next 2 points, and things can change pretty quick.
Let's already start writing up that tweet, about the first bagel in clay since. Nah, I'm joking. But
Forehand return into the net from Naomi. So it's 30-40.
if it's love 5, I would.
Yes. Igor, I could be at the gym by now if you'd got this done. First serve into the net. Second serve.
oh my God.
What are we watching here, ladies and gentlemen?
Oh, wow. Did you go OMG there, Eddie, because of the return? Or if you did, then you're ahead of me all of a sudden. I think you're still behind me. Anyway, 3-love. Get that tweet ready.
No, not yet.
Well, I thought maybe Iga was going to step up and run away, but Osaka's, she started off aggressive and suddenly, we've got Iga. She looks nervous again. So
she should.
Yeah.
Matthew here saying, wow, we're heading for a decider. I'm not. This set is not done yet, for sure.
But usually when he does a double breakdown, which if it ever really happens on clay, like she's not double breakdown against a server of this quality.
True.
There are very few servers of this quality, so it's also not that easy to find an example like that.
Swana here saying Nick Carter will be having cardiac problems right now. Yeah, I think a lot of Iga fans will certainly be feeling anxious. I still think the time to get really anxious would be if Naomi was a breakup in the decider, even as early as, say, 1-love, 2-love. If you're in that situation, then it is panic time, but not yet. I mean, she gets a break here, and Iga can break anytime. She's the one who's meditating, by the way. Okay, 3-love. Osaka to serve.
We said before the event that, like, well, one of the ways you can lose this event as Iga is like kind of the unique pressure that you have if you're like the favorite against the field. And I'm not saying that's what's causing her to go down, like it's still Osaka's quality, but I do think that, it is something that is contributing to her being so tense, right? I mean, Osaka has like, for now at least, pretty much no expectations for this one. She will start having them soon, but for now it's like all been Iga really.
That was a funny check of the line, wasn't it? A funny facial expression there from Naomi. Anyway, 3-love, 15-love, second serve. Can you get through this point? Because you're going to be on the back foot potentially. Yes, you can.
Think if she holds here, she's going to.
He didn't quite do enough with that return, meaning that Naomi wasn't quite as much on the back foot as you'd expect. And we're at 30-love. Sorry, what did you say, Eddie?
I just think if Osaka holds here, yeah, she should take the set. I mean, yeah.
And we're at 40-love, just like that. Because of those serves, it's an ace.
Yeah, she's also on like 8 out of 9 first serves this set. Of course, it's just 2 games.
Look at that first serve percentage. It's up to 70. Oh, so that's win percentage on first serve. 67% in, but it'd probably be creeping up a bit. Because has she just held? I think she has. 4-love, yeah. A couple of first serves and boom, done. That was a quick service game, I love. Oh, hello, Eddie. I think we can hear your Korean TV.
Yeah, that was the adverts from the YouTube, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
16-4 total points won in set 2.
Oh, wow. Iga winning just 4 points, which in its entirety would be enough to win a game. But of course, yeah.
Yeah, the spread is not quite that good.
Iga's not got to deuce yet in any of these 4 games, I don't think.
So, at this stage, who are you picking, Damien?
To win the match?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's different.
Not looking too good for Swiatek. Like, you could imagine her going into the deciding set and kind of like Osaka gets a similar start like in this one, and then it's super hard to recover. But I mean, overall, like Iga still has to be a slight favorite, but it's not really based on like, what she's playing here or like any patterns, right? I mean, she's kind of getting blasted off the court this set.
Sean here saying often a tiebreak is followed by a landslide. That's true, but it's normally in the favor of the person who won the tiebreak, especially if they're the favorite for the match at the beginning, Anyway, 15-love here on the Iga serve as she's trying to get on the scoreboard for this second set. And that forehand was nicely placed. Very little power on it, but it didn't matter because the precision was good. 30-love. 1 hour, 25 minutes.
Well, they're getting their money's worth there in Chatrier.
Yeah.
Yeah, Iga by now is not only playing for making the Roland Garros third round, but also for maintaining her bagel queen reputation. Because if she gets bageled,
the bakery reputation can be maintained or even enhanced. Backhand from Iga. That's good depth on that one, but that's pretty good response from. Oh, lovely response there from Naomi. A backhand winner again, taken on the rise. 30-15.
Oh, really nice.
Yeah.
My stream is way too far behind.
Yeah. Look at this, just the quickness of that racket movement.
The backhand is, supreme. Yeah. Like, I mean, right through it.
And she was allowed to hit it from like a super stationary position as well, right? Like,
does that 1 out of 1 second serve points won there for Naomi, does that suggest that she's hit basically every other one first serve? I guess so. Whereas,
8
out of 9, okay. Anyway, backhand winner there for Iga, meaning 40-15. Matthew, it irritates me too, but almost as much as it irritates me when you get people working for Tennis Channel bigging up how rammed it's going to be, and you're just thinking, you know, you're lying, because you know as well as I do it's not going to be rammed, just because the website, like it does every year, says it's sold out. Backhand return here into the backhand of Iga. Now Iga should be attacking this and putting it away. She doesn't, but it doesn't matter because Osaka puts the forehand long. So we have got Iga on the board. Delete those bagel tweets. And it's at 4-1. This set's not done yet, my friend.
I was accidentally posted a tweet about Iga Swiatek losing to Coco Gauff before the match began. And, well, she actually lost that thing. Because it was that stat that she had never lost to like a player younger than her or something like that. And I was on the road. I was sitting at a KFC and I was just writing it up very quickly. And then they actually called my order. So I panicked and I clicked the post button accidentally. But I did realize, so I took it off quickly. But actually a few people, like after the match, you know, responded that they saw that.
Keen asking about a Bundesliga game or city break. Hamburg, St. Pauli, by the way. FC Hamburg, I think, are going to remain in the second division. So, but the St. Pauli, I believe, have gone up. Cologne would be another one, but they've just been relegated. So, yeah. I mean, when you say Bundesliga, I presume you mean the top league. So, therefore, Cologne and Hamburg being in the second division, meaning no. But St. Pauli, of course, the other Hamburg club, would be an obvious choice. Yeah.
Why is Hamburg good?
It's a great city. It's a fun city. Good nightlife. 1.5 million people. I lived in Hamburg for a year. So, yeah, St. Pauli's got this sort of mystique to it, in that you'll probably see quite a few St. Pauli hoodies and jerseys and T-shirts all over the world. Probably only Bayern kind of would have that. Oh, maybe Dortmund, I guess, nowadays. But for a club that basically don't have anywhere near the level of success that they have an intrigue to them because of sort of left-wing reputations. But Hamburg as a night out is great. The problem is the weather. And don't get too drunk and fall in the river, because that does happen too. Yeah, two pretty disastrous effects. No, not me, Damien. As drunk as I get, I keep away from the water.
You don't actually get that drunk, though.
It's because I can handle my drink, you know. Not everyone can.
Yeah, you just drink beer. That's why. But anyway, that's again pretty insane from Osaka. Again,
wow,
like ridiculous serving.
Oh, lovely that pickup. Yeah.
Here, yeah. It's just
How many times though she hit those like down the line and just like counter punching? Oh yeah, but like, and there was also that one in the first set where the forehand was.
Oh, that was a frustrated, angry return from Iga into the net.
It's obviously a good idea for Osaka because, like, generally she can't afford to be in a losing position, right? And just kind of like work all over the court. So when she's when she has a spot like this, like, she's just going for it.
This would take a huge collapse now from Naomi, perhaps mentally as much as anything else, to lose this set. I just don't remember Naomi collapsing like that.
It's been a while since she won a match like this, since she was playing this well on a big stage like this. So far, all the pressure is really on Swiatek, but right now, at some point, it will also tune in for Osaka. And we finally have the body cam, but it was absolutely horrible. I did not see.
I told you before, this is horrible. Yeah. It's just, it doesn't do anything. And listen, at least until now, the experiment is not, because that you don't ever get to see the camera thing. They switched to it maybe a bit too late. But secondly, the umpire would need to play with it and just sort of do something unnatural and maybe show the line. And that it's just not happening. So yeah, all you get to see is a bit of a close-up of the French Open clay. Unfortunately, you don't get to see
it. They jumped to it for like a split second, and I didn't.
They've done it about 20 times. I think it's an experiment that was worth trying, but yeah, until now, unless you can get the umpires to practice and hone in the camera on the actual spot, but it would just have to be too unnatural, and they'd have to hover over it and maybe even move their head around to a director talking to them.
Yeah,
probably not.
You don't want the umpire like wasting time with this, basically.
I mean, it would probably annoy both players, but I think it would annoy Iga even more so right now. But anyway, 15 all here.
I don't know if you guys can get more annoyed at the moment.
2 unforced errors for the whole set for Osaka. I wonder if they're being a bit generous, though. Maybe there's a couple that she's erred on and they've just not called them unforced.
I doubt it. I mean, do you remember any errors from her, really?
Yeah, some just going along.
Like down the line just now. Yeah. But like most of these points, she's just really cleaning up so efficiently. There's been a number of forced errors for Swiatek. Yeah, like she's just
real low net clearance, low bounce. I mean, Iga was rooted to the ground there almost, but
she's like properly blasting her off the court this set.
Just the confidence levels. It's just she's in the zone. But
Ostapenko US Open third set. Like that's this sort of level of dominance we're talking about.
Yeah. But that's Ostapenko on a hard court as well. As in, it's not Osaka on clay.
Yeah, but like that's the sort of dominance that she's basically shown over Iga in this set. At least.
Oh my goodness me! A double fault from Iga. 15-40. We've got 2.
Osaka will start the set on serve, but like at this stage, maybe the set is kind of over anyway, right?
The backhand on fire, as Jake says, for Naomi.
I have a feeling we'll be seeing a visit to the toilet after this.
Yes.
A long
15-40. 10 minutes, about 10 minutes.
First serve goes long. Yeah, I think she's going to have to also calm down a bit, Iga.
Do you have a stopwatch?
I do. You have a stopwatch, yeah? Why you think she might?
Right.
Yeah, okay.
No, I don't know. I mean, I can also put it on. Of course, it's not important, really. I put it on my computer. But yeah, we'll see.
Iga's lost the set. Sorry, Osaka's done it.
Yeah. Somebody's going to the toilet. I don't know if you guys yet, actually. But I wasn't looking for a moment, so maybe she also went off the court. But yeah, Swiatek needs some sort of a reset.
Yeah, I mean, as much as we say like before that it's going to need it'll be a big collapse from Naomi now, but like it's a new set and anything can happen. Iga's been
Yeah,
through
the
this.
manner of that set does sort of lend itself. I mean, normally you would. I mean, look at that angry backhand. I told her she's angry, and she needs to lose that anger and get back into the zone as soon as possible. But the manner of the way that second set went away from Iga is probably squeezing that likelihood of a Naomi victory, because I would still normally put this at, like, if this was just like the Qinwen Zheng match, although that was, I think Qinwen Zheng won the first set and then was struggling physically in sets 2 and 3 a couple of years ago. But normally you would still just say this is 70-30, but the manner of that, I guess, is pushing it more like a 55-45.
Yeah, Qinwen had like menstrual cramps, I think.
Yeah, she did, yeah.
Sets 2 and 3, she wasn't doing well. Iga has now gone off the court, so I guess I should probably start the stopwatch now, actually.
Maybe, but I think it's interesting that she's going off court 2 minutes later.
Yeah, 1 minute and 35 seconds since the set ended.
Yeah, I've got the same on my.
Yeah. I don't even know why we're doing this, but well, we started it already, so we might as well follow through.
So the clock doesn't start until she goes off court. Is that right? Or does the clock start?
The clock should start, for, I don't know. I really can't tell you.
Shouldn't the clock start when the last ball drops, perhaps? Look at that. Second serve points won from Iga Swiatek. Second serve points won. 9%.
Wow. That's insane.
1 out of 11, I guess, then?
Something like that, yeah. Yeah, probably is 1 out of 11. Yeah, that makes sense. Goff is down a break. So this half of the draw, if Coco, Goff, and Iga, who obviously the seeded players to make the semis, because I was thinking Iga loses today and Coco has got a nice run to the final.
Collins to make the final.
Collins is not winning the French Open.
Why not? I mean, why are you so harsh on Collins? She likes you. She likes your questions.
I like that.
You triggered.
I cannot lie to the audience.
But I mean, you're lying to yourself that she doesn't have a chance.
I'll get some strawberries. I'll be back.
It's not a strong top C as well, but like Vondraushova also lost the first set today against Volinets, so that's the 5th seed also in this half, right? So technically, there's 3, I guess, highly seeded players in this part of the draw.
If he goes out, it might be Penko's year.
If he goes out, it might be, but I mean, it's still Ostapenko, Plus, Ostapenko doesn't need Iga to be out. Ostapenko needs to play her in the semis and beat her again.
That's true, yeah. To just keep that level, the record. To be 5 now, 5, yeah, right?
I think it's 4 now, isn't it?
Yeah, but it would be if she beat.
If they met in the French.
Yeah.
Well, it could be 4-1, but yeah.
Yeah, but yeah. And most likely it would be none of their meetings came on clay, but
no bagel, but there's a breadstick. I mean, that also must be relatively rare for Iga on clay, I suppose. I'm not gonna tweet about it. Like, I don't think it's important enough, but I can't imagine this happens to her often. I will check that, in fact. But
Vika's looking pretty good, Ghost. Is she playing today?
Of course not.
I mean,
everything.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So Ghost is making that assessment after 1 match, I guess.
All right. The last breadstick that Swiatek had on clay was, of course, the Warsaw one against Caroline Garcia in 2022.
Yeah.
So we've got
much watching it live for sure.
Is Iga back on court? Is Iga back on court before Naomi?
No, she's back yet.
But Naomi's not back yet, right?
No, not.
Well, I guess Iga's break wasn't actually that long. 3.5 minutes.
Yeah.
I can close off my stopwatch. I have no idea.
Naomi. And how long are they allowed? How many minutes before they have to come back?
Naomi's also back in time.
Wouldn't it be mad if Osaka wins this?
Yes.
And then well, okay, she's playing against the number 1 seed, and then there's another Japanese player, Uchijima, playing against Sabalenka first up tomorrow. She's on the 19-match winning streak. So if she be Sabalenka, I mean, I'm not really, because Sabalenka's just she's got.
Why not though? Like, it's not impossible. I mean,
Yeah.
Sabalenka is not at the same consistency level of Swiatek. Like Swiatek, you kind of have to like totally like burn her to the ground, which is what Osaka did in the second set. Like, you know, just dominate her. And Sabalenka, you can just sometimes win because she's not.
Yeah, that's true. So you get in her head, and well, she's gets the yips. Yeah, but
You don't need to like actually put that much pressure on her for her to break down. Against Iga, like, needs to just smash her off the court, which Osaka did in the set. We'll see if she also has it for the third. And in fact, we're going to be starting in just about now. 1 hour and 41 minutes. That already might be the longest match that Swiatek has ever played at the French Open. I don't think it is. It's probably last year's final, right? But it's not that far.
Yeah. I bet that went beyond 2 hours. Yeah.
We'll see how it goes. Yeah, I was thinking about, because it's quite late here. I was going to leave early, but I'm just going to watch it through for a bit at least.
Yeah, I mean, it must be like 2:15 a.m. is it, or 1:15 a.m. where you are?
Yeah, I don't have to get up especially early or anything, because I'll just be working at home, doing some stuff at home tomorrow. So,
I think at this stage you have to see it until the end. I mean,
yeah.
It's just the duty of a tennis fan, I suppose.
Now
it's already the 4th longest match that Swiatek has played at the French. Of course, the longest being last year's semi and final, and the Puig third round in 2019 was also a bit longer.
Now that's a forehand winner that'll give Iga some confidence. Alan, nice to see you in the chat. Please do hit the like button, and if Alan, you haven't already done so, click subscribe. We need people to subscribe, otherwise we don't function.
God will die if 100 people don't subscribe today. I actually had one, well, kind of like a, let's say, semi-regular viewer of the chat text me today after about like yesterday's last ball drops. And besides thanking me for like really, you know, saying something when you guys were putting out these ridiculous takes about Evans and Badosa, he also said, please don't jump off the bridge when when Evans wins 2 500s.
It might be the same person who wrote a comment under the video, because I think I saw it.
I believe so. He mentioned that. Yes, I believe so.
Now
I believe John mentioned that.
That's the point that Osaka needs, 15:30. Because, yeah, I just fear a break here.
Well, Naomi Osaka will be fearing that break too, as what's coming is not quite as good as that running forehand I mentioned to you previously. It's a play to make Novak Djokovic blush.
Yeah, a Djoko smash from Naomi Osaka it goes so far out, it's almost landed in Marseille. And it's 15-40.
That was pretty.
I wonder if it went south or north. I'm not sure in which direction the stadium is pointing.
Well, if I say Marseille, then south, but that doesn't mean I've got my north and south right on Philippe Chatrier. Okay, so second serve here, and we know how the first set was panning out with those second serves. We don't know about the second set because there weren't so many second serves from Naomi. But here we go.
There were 2, and she won both.
Yeah,
there were 2, and she won both points. But obviously,
backhand now. Low bounce there, but Iga deals with it well. Good depth there from Naomi. Naomi should win the point from here, and she does. Now that's testing your nerve, though, Naomi, because even though she's up in the point, she's still got to put it away, but she does. 30-40.
Big come on as well. And this is
big first serve here, though. And then we're in a good shape for Naomi. 30-40. First serve down the tee. Is that landed in? Yes, it has. Deuce. Ace.
189, yeah.
Is that her 6th ace of the match, I'm going to say?
Probably counts as big.
Deuce. Yep, 6 aces to none. Another good first serve. She's in charge of the point, but not done yet. Not done yet. And she dumps that backhand into the net.
Yeah, I guess the main difference between the last set and this game is that this time Iga is doing some, well, not damage, but like desperately trying to extend the points. She's actually won 2 of them. Whereas in the second set, there was no point, I think, at which that happened.
We got the old Iga racket up in the air, asking her opponent to stop. Second serve. Where are you going with this one? You are going to the backhand. It's a good kick on it, but does that clip the net from Iga? I think it did. Lovely shot there, though, from Naomi Osaka.
I'm going to ask again, like, what are we watching? You know, Osaka. I don't think there was a position where you like necessarily end the point 95% of the time, but like, yeah, she just
gets some nice curve on that one.
And it did clip the net for sure.
From Iga, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if it made it trickier or not, but still.
Jake, I don't think we'll have it that late because there was only 3 matches to go, but I know what you mean.
Well, by now, your idea of putting something else on center will definitely not happen.
No. Well, players also would have been told to go home and stuff, I'd have thought.
They should organize a roof on Simon Mathieu pretty quickly. How quickly can you build a roof? Oh, that's where the quote was from. Victory belongs to the tenacious. It's on the court. Okay.
You didn't know that?
No.
Big serve again from Naomi, or accurate serve, I should possibly say. And she holds from
a great hold.
40. Also 3 break points there were to be saved. Wow. Well, this is delivered anyway. This match is delivered, even if Iga goes on a 6-game winning streak now.
Yeah. And whatever happens, I mean, a lot of people, including us, will have to like eat their words a little bit and apologize to Naomi Osaka.
Well, Alan's asked now how many people expected Osaka to do well in this match, but I mean, depends what you mean by do well. Like, I thought like she could do well, as in it would be competitive, but she was probably going to lose in straight sets. But yeah, I didn't think she was going to be able to. I mean, this is really good.
Her dad, her mom, her sister, her fan club. You can probably find like 200 people.
But on this channel though, there were some positive predictions for Osaka.
One person, I think, which
One
was
person?
Jerome. But Jerome loves to sort of have risky takes, let's say.
Right.
He did it 2 or 3 times during Indian Wells, and of course, yeah, I think pretty much Iga swatted everyone aside. 15 love here, Iga.
I think Nurlan probably was also predicting an Osaka win, just because anytime Iga plays, he does.
Yeah, I don't recall Nurlan working for or coming on the channel or being a person who represents talk and tennis, but he did once. He wrote in the chat the other day he owned talk and tennis.
Yeah, so actually he is part of the organization. I mean, you might be the founder, but he's the CEO and the current.
30 love here for Iga.
Should be glad he likes me.
4-hand return is good, and the backhand from Iga is not good, so it's 30-15. How is Coco getting on? Did she get that break back?
I forgot that there's other tennis on.
Iga's want to take that. She did get it back. 4-3. She leads now. It's on serve, but she was, of course, break down.
Earlier, you,
importantly,
John, also forgot that the ultra-powerful 5th seed, Marketa Vondroušová, lost a set today.
Yeah, but then she was 4-1 up in the second, I saw.
Yeah. But, you know, we could have Goff Vondroušová, the very powerful Vondroušová, and Swiatek exiting the event at the same stage.
and who knows? Sabalenka got a tricky one tomorrow. I'm also interested to see what's going on in the Little Rock Challenger just now.
Well, in terms of Osaka, I mean, I'm still waiting for that moment when she actually starts feeling some pressure. It has not happened yet, and she finds it
lovely couple of shots there from Naomi. One that clipped the baseline, and the other one was a winner. Sweet.
I mean, I've seen a lot of takes regarding Osaka the last few years. That the last few weeks, let's say, even regarding her slams and stuff. That well, it's a little much for her to have 4 hardwood slams and all. I don't think I really agreed with them, but after watching this, you kind of I think everyone kind of has to admit that she's a pretty awesome, ultra talented tennis player. I don't know if she's gonna win the match, but it's a proper battle between 2 all-time greats.
Yeah.
On a surface that does not necessarily suit the game of one of them.
It's a good return there, hitting that baseline, but that's a lovely winner from Iga Swiatek for a game point.
Feels like she hasn't hit that backhand down the line, since that Zhang match. I mean, it's Osaka who's been going for all the winners in that direction today.
Yeah, Ghosty, it's Little Rock, Arkansas in America, yeah.
Mark Layal, the defending champion, not showing up, unfortunately. But it was
he's the defending champion. Oh.
Yeah, it was his first title. For now, of course, still his first title.
It's quite a good opportunity for some players just to this tournament during Roland Garros,
Oh, yep, she's interpreted that one pretty well. I love that. That was intelligent. Juice. Look at that. She just knew it.
Kind of the Iga special as well, right? I mean, every second serve is 60% towards the backhand side of the service box. That's what she did against Daniel Collins a few times, and of course got destroyed in Australia.
2022.
Yeah.
You mean, or this year?
No. 2022, when I think she served pretty much all her second serves at the Collins backhand. But
goodness me!
Yeah. Again, straight into the middle of the court. That second serve is getting smacked at the moment. And it's a break point for Osaka.
And of course, Osaka, she took the second set, of course, by breaking again, didn't she? Right, yeah. So, break point here. I'm going to talk us through this one. In the entire match, Iga's only broken once, and Naomi has broken 4 times, trying to break for a 5th time. Advantage, Naomi. Here goes Iga with the serve. I'll come to you in a second, Eddie. Into the body, but that's on the first serve, of course, but it goes long. So a second serve now. A couple of taps of the shoe. I reckon Naomi should just hold her racket up for a second, just ask Iga to stop, just for a laugh. Here we go. Anyway, where's she going with this one? Into the backhand. There's a good cross-court return. Iga's in a bit of bother here, and a big bit of bother. Look at that. Naomi Osaka, take a bow. Not necessarily a Japanese variety. Wow. Indeed, Matthew. 8 out of the last 9 games going the way of Osaka.
There's not enough people there, though. Like, look at all those empty seats.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Oh, great return there to start off.
Yeah, indeed. So it's love 15. Keen, it's actually not about the price. Trust me.
Yeah, it's nothing to do with that. Yeah.
No, it's nothing to do with it, actually. I'm telling you now, there are thousands of people across Twitter that are complaining, or not complaining, but just like, oh, I can't believe it. No tickets available, 8-hour queue, blah, 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 online. Double fault there for Naomi. It brings up a smile. And the French Open is...
feeling some nerves.
Yeah, maybe.
Because that previous game was not it yet. Definitely not.
Second serve here as well. And we know how some of those have panned out for Naomi, albeit in the first set. Okay, Iga on the front foot, of course, on the second serve. Backhand Iga, really big trouble here. Nice stretch there from Naomi to keep the point going, but it's not enough. And we're at 3 break points. Ozan here suggesting that Iga is indeed turning up the heat a little bit. Indeed, love 40, 3 break points. Naomi, of course, has already saved 3 break points in this set in the first game. She's going to have to save at least 3 more.
I think the issue is actually the tickets are all sold, right?
Yeah, that's the issue. Well, at least until last night. You know, maybe last night they might have, a few would have, but you've got people that want to travel all over the world. Oh, Iga dumps that backhand in the net. So, yeah, that's the main issue. Basically, human beings are not being sold the tickets. You could sell this out, no problem. But why give real fans tickets? Why not just, give them all to corporates who just don't turn up?
Well, Swiatek's coming back here.
She's just refusing to be broken.
Indeed. Lovely depth there. That must have really been close to the line, if not clipping the line.
Yeah.
And it's 30-40.
Oh.
0 out of 5 in breakpoints in the first set. Swiatek. Osaka 1 out of 1, but she has the 6th chance.
Yeah, 5 out of 5 so far, yeah. Obviously, I'm being facetious, Ghosty. I hope you didn't think I was being serious. Okay, so Naomi Osaka to serve. Down the tee, forehand. Oh, that must have clipped the net, did it? Yeah, that explains why she just took a swipe at the air. So it's still another first serve here, I believe. 30-40. Of course, there has been a double fault in this game as well. That's funny, Ghosty. Okay, here comes. This should be a point-winning moment. It is from Naomi. Deuce. Oh, good. I'm glad you know.
You could miss that.
Yeah, you could. And she sort of had to.
Still a good effort because
you bend those knees.
You could miss that. It's possible.
Yeah. She had to bend those knees a bit.
Yeah, I mean, maybe people. Yeah, have we been underestimating Osaka in general because we forget, she was a multiple slam champion.
Yeah, but let's see.
She once won 4 out of 7 hardcourt slams in a row, right? But on clay, she's never done anything really. She hasn't gone past the third round at the French, which she still might not. It's possible she will lose in the third round or even today.
Well, absolutely.
By far the best play level that she has ever managed to produce.
I still think there's a lot of knee-jerk reactions in the chat, by the way. A lot of people already... I mean, basically, they're talking as though he just lost. And she wins this game, and she may well still do. Osaka saves another break point.
Yeah, but she loses this game, and what then?
Oh, definitely. Yeah. This next couple of
like
points.
you know, because you're not like banking on her to win her next 2 service games. So it's not like just about the 1 break, right?
Sure. 3-love is huge. Yeah.
She's still getting like walloped here. But yeah, maybe if she breaks. She did find these 2 nice backhands down the line recently.
I don't know. So mental, and she just looked locked in.
There will be a point when Osaka starts thinking about the win, I suppose, but it's not there yet. What's good for Swiatek though is that she's actually like, this game is nice, right? Like I know she's missed a ton of breakpoints, and that's mostly due to great serving from Osaka, but like she's reacted to what's happening. Like she's not
including that return.
Exactly. Like he's not just allowing her to roll over her. I guess last happened maybe against Ostapenko in the first set, for example, right?
That was a good return.
Yeah, she just goes like full enabler mode, let's say, and then she's there on the court, but she's not actually fighting back. Here she is, but if Osaka keeps serve botting on breakpoints, then still there's not much she can do.
There we go. Another one saved. I've lost count now, but I'm guessing it's about 7 or 8 points in this set.
I think it's 5 this game, right?
Well, that's 8 altogether then, yeah. Down the tee. Good first serve there. Now she's got a game point. I think it might be her first game point, is it, in this game?
Yeah. She hasn't had one.
Down the tee, but wide.
Well, let's just say that we are fully in the comeback of legendary proportions territory for Swiatek. And, well.
Dumping the forehand return into the net. 3-love.
It's both like much and not much. If I'm going to say that Osaka just needs to stay firm, because, well, it's a ridiculous level that she's playing at. But yeah, she keeps it up, and there's like not really that much of a way for Swiatek to come back.
Well. Yeah, my money's on Osaka now.
Yeah, she's the favorite now.
Very bold, guys.
She's the favorite. I mean, that's not. Yeah. Coco wins the first set.
Even by like standards, yeah, she is. Coco go from the first set against the former semi-finalist. I never know if it was the quarter or the semi, right?
I think it was semi, yeah. But then Joanna Konta's also a former semi-finalist at French Open.
Sorry. Gonna be tough to find that, Matthew, but I think we can go back to that Ostapenko US Open match where basically she was just walloped in the third set and didn't really fight back. I don't know if it was actually 9 out of 10, well, maybe. I would have to check, but it was definitely something similar. Also, Matthew, like I know won't be daunted by the situation being the champion. She's won 4, but like after the pregnancy, that's the best win she's had, and that's the best win that's the best she's by a country.
you know, I don't know. Let me just think of some, you know,
Like, it is possible, I think, for her
Cilic
to win as well.
has won a couple of slams.
One.
Djokovic has won 24 slams, but if he's got a chance to beat Rafa Nadal in his own backyard, you know, it's huge, and you would, whoever you are, you would start to think about it, you know.
Yeah, I think it's actually fairly unrealistic for Naomi to, like, unless it's like super easy, right? I mean, unless she's gonna go like 5-love up, maybe 5-2 up, and it still feels like she's dominating totally. But I think if it got pretty close, like, both would be nervous, just because Osaka hasn't done it in a while, hasn't done it on clay, hasn't done it to Swiatek really, despite beating her in 2019, and of course that was
And
a
Iga's
different.
built up an aura here, although it's drifting away with every tantrum that she throws like that. 15 all.
Do I
Indeed.
think that I will turn this around? I cannot really give you an answer to this question. Like, obviously, it's not looking likely at the moment.
Yeah, right now the body language of either player is, you know, Osaka
one is looking cool,
much
calm,
more
collected.
positive.
Oh yeah, mind you, you're winning 3-love in the third set. You
And 8 break points already as well, right? Like, just.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you're gonna see the forehand error in a second, but this is looking more and more like the Ostapenko third set if this game continues like this. Because, like, last game, Iga had a lot of fight in her, but
That's wild.
maybe that's breakpoint saving thing. You know, the peak serving from Osaka there, maybe it kind of killed some of that.
Yeah, when Swiatek is feeling good, that forehand doesn't materialize. She can get a break point here now. Just hang on in this rally, but it's going to land deep. Okay. Oh, Naomi. You get to 15-40 there, and you're in unbelievably good territory. But anyway, 30 all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's gonna feel like she missed a bit of a chance there for sure.
Yeah, because that
not
was at
that
least
you know, she had a win lined up or anything.
No,
she could have gotten it back. Yeah, pretty much that.
Okay, forehand.
I have to go to the toilet, but I think I will leave after this game. My
Yeah,
toilet break will not be longer. Will not be as long as Osaka's or though.
So good backhand winner there.
Because my that was a super tough position, right?
Yeah, the ball was bouncing low.
Always tough to hit those ones, yeah.
Yeah, I was very uncomfortable, so I guess you guys holding her nerve for now. There's a long rally incoming, and she's gonna take it, which leaves me the time to go to the toilet just before the next Osaka service game. But yeah, sorry, Iga. Sorry for saying that you were kind of looking lost. 15-30 down. Next few points were class.
Yeah, 3-1. So she finally gets another game on the board after a run of 9 out of 10 game losses in a row, or 9 out of 10 losses over the last 10 games. So it's now 2 out of 11. Yeah, very good recovery mentally there. I think, Matthew, you're right. Because at 15-30, and there was a chance there for Naomi in a fairly neutral position. But then, of course, those neutral positions where she's pulled out heroics throughout the match so far has given her the chance to be in this position. So I understand why she went for it. 3-1, Osaka to serve. Now it's when she starts thinking about the victory and see if that can upset her rhythm. It's a wonderful first serve again, 15-love. Iga is fine. Love set match tennis. Oh, love set match tennis. 2 things I'm going to ask you for. 1, hit the like button. 2, click subscribe. Please, love set match tennis. But no, Iga's fine physically.
Emotionally hurt, maybe.
Ah, indeed.
Developing some emotional baggage here. But physically, as far as we know, there's nothing wrong in it. And, well, it certainly doesn't look like it.
Iga's going to have to summon. Oh, dear. That's a horrible return from Iga. It's going to summon the energy from the first set on the second serve, but that's not exactly what she did there. 30-love. Don't forget, Iga was down a double break, I think, to Daniel Collins in Australia this year. Comes back to win that. And I think she tweeted afterwards.
She lost the round after.
Yeah, I know. But in that game in isolation, and she tweeted afterwards, it's never over till it's over. But 40 love. This is the time when people start taking screenshots, don't they? And Iga won this match.
It's not quite that running forehand from earlier, but still, you know, guys, get ready.
Okay, Iga in charge of the point. Oh, lovely. Lovely. Again, taken on the rise, cross court. That's just a shot when you have just got coursing through your veins.
Yeah.
And so she should have, having won, I think, 10 out of the last 12 games against Iga Swiatek on Philippe Chatrier.
Taking it early, that was really nice. I mean,
I wonder.
Do you think the fact that it has been indoors has
I
made that little bit
wonder
difference?
if Iga's going to mention that. I think Naomi just play the match and probably just isn't thinking about it. But I wonder if Iga might mention that post-match.
Naomi will be asked about it post-match, probably.
Yeah, but she'll just go, I don't know. I just won the tennis match.
She'll just say, you know, I'm sure maybe it helped the serve, but, well, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, it's not over
and
yet.
She says, I'm tired of these questions. They're rude, disrespectful.
There is another element, though, and that is something that Rafa said, not this year, but last year in his semi-final against, 2 years ago after his semi-final against Zverev, where he wasn't quite getting as much topspin as he would like. And that, of course, isn't going to hinder Naomi Osaka, but it is Iga. Those elements, as I said at the beginning of the match, are not enough for me to swing it from one way or the other. Not even, you know, make a big difference. This has just been an incredible, incredible performance from Naomi Osaka. 4-1, she leads.
I mean, first set was cool and all, you know. We were appreciating getting some fight.
We were big on Naomi even at the beginning of the second set.
But like, yes, since start of set 2, she's taken full control over the baseline. And when she's not, it's just peak serving to save break points. So
yeah, and even in that first set, it was really just a tie break where Iga just sort of stepped up and maybe Osaka didn't, you know, she played a few bad points, but then yeah, I mean, other than that, it's been mostly Osaka. That's this reality.
Nick and I think Miles are slated for last ball drops. I wonder what emotions Nick will be imparting. Eddie, obviously it's very late for you, so as soon as the match finishes, you know, scuttle off. But I do want to get a 5-minute take on the match at the end. Whatever happens in the next 10, 15, 20 minutes.
I know. I'm always like on any watch along right now. I'm just staying for like 5 minutes and talking about the match.
did a monologue. I did a monologue recently after, I think, Iga's match in Rome against Coco. But it still more or less worked. Lovely backhand winner there from Naomi Osaka, 30-15.
How many of those have there been, the backhand down the line?
Lots.
Winners.
But the break here, this set was actually cross, right? But yeah, most of them are down the line.
Yeah, sure. But there's been a lot, yeah. Backhand winners 12, but
I haven't checked Twitter for about an hour and a half, but I bet there's a lot of things going on there.
It's going to be mayhem.
Yeah. It was a terrible ball toss from Iga. Naomi's still swinging. But so is Iga. Oh, there's a little stumble there, but luckily it landed out. At least she stopped, and let's see. Oh, wow. It landed in. I wonder if she didn't she just thought, I'll take a risk on that because of the stumble.
Yeah, that was kind of weird, wasn't it? Because
She still could have got a racket on that and just gone for the moon ball, I thought.
Her decision making under pressure tends to get a bit spotty too, right?
It was a bit behind her. Maybe she couldn't get a racket on it, but I thought she could just get a racket on that and just loft it up and see what happens. Anyway, 30 all. That landed in.
Could there be another bakery product incoming?
Not necessarily, because that first service helped Iga very nicely.
Oh,
so
okay.
she's got a game point. But, I mean, still could be. I mean, Osaka wins the next 3 points. And yeah.
So I'm still a bit behind you, you know. So.
I know you are. Sorry. I'm sorry for spoiling it. Yeah. Into the net on the first serve. Second serve here. 2 hours, 16 minutes on the clock. Yannick Sinner and Richard Gasquet waiting to enter the court. Forehand return. Forehand again. Oh, wow! The margin there that she put that through, eye of a needle stuff in terms of low over the net. And then...
hammer.
Huh?
That's kind of like, you know, Berti is for him.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, look at the angle.
Ghibli, I haven't seen you in a long time. We've missed you, man.
I haven't seen Ghibli either in a while, yeah.
He was quite a regular for the first 6 months of the channel, and I remember him during the Aussie Open in 2023, but I feel like I've seen him like once in the last year. Okay, lovely volley there from Iga. Lovely, 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 because that was tricky.
The third volley in this match that Swiatek hits, like, you can see it's kind of clunky, but they've all been perfect, you know?
Yeah. Yes, Jabeur is all on the same side as well, Ghibli. Vondrousova too.
Well, Collins, you know what to do. Collins Keys final of the French Open. How wild would that be?
I'd love it. I'd love it. And I'm sure Madison Keys would too.
I'm sure it would be a better match than Strasbourg.
Well, I don't know. I'm not so sure.
A slam for Madison.
I think so too. Not that she would believe me, because she
maybe
was upset.
Naomi, Osaka, Madison Keys. Maybe a Clara Burel Madison Keys final.
Burel's out.
Ah, right. Yeah, I forgot about that.
And she went out, no doubt, because I told her who should be playing.
Thankfully, you didn't get to talk to Adrian Manarino. What the hell is going on? Okay. I mean, we're 1 point away from like the most ridiculous last 2 sets I've ever seen from one player, really.
Good defense there from good defense followed by a wonderful winner from Naomi Osaka. Osaka. Great point.
Yeah, I mean, she's just avoiding getting dragged around the court, right? She's like completely avoiding it by just firing all these high velocity counters, and they've all been going in. Like, I literally cannot remember her missing this shot.
Maybe Ostapenko wants Swiatek to come back. That's funny. Match point, Matthew is calling this. Well, I wouldn't go that far, but I know what you mean.
I would. 4 games in a row with Osaka serving like this, with Iga not winning games, like, you know, in any
first serve goes long,
confident manner.
First serve goes long. Naomi's talking to herself as though, here we go. Here's a chance. Is she going to take it? Second serve, albeit into the ad court. If you were listening to my commentary earlier, you know why I say that. Okay, wow. Here we go. Second serve return is decent. Iga's on the run, having to show all her movement, but Naomi dumps a backhand into the net. Deuce. How expensive will that be come the end of the match? It wasn't an open court, but Iga would have had to have been on the run again. More than 7 minutes for this game. Deuce number 3. Iga serving. First serve lands in, but it's a nice run around forehand for Naomi, who's staying in the rally nicely. Low net clearance again, but good shot there from Iga. Iga going down the line. Naomi, can she defend? No, she can't, because she puts the forehand long. And we've got a game point for Iga Swiatek. British commentators sticking with it. Generally, we want the non-east of Germany Europeans to win.
You know what will be pretty funny if Swiatek loses this? Like, she'll still have like what, a 39-5 record for the year, but 2-3 in slams.
Yeah.
The queen of WTA 1000.
And we're back to deuce. It's almost the sort of opposite of Serena Williams. Deuce. It's a really good serve from Iga, but the bounce just wasn't there. Again, I'm wondering if the roof might make a difference there.
Definitely a bit less bouncy, but, you know, can't really be using that as an excuse, right?
No. Okay, so deuce. Neutral rally, and Osaka goes for it. Just a bit too much on that one. So we've got another game point here for Iga Swiatek. Must be over 8 minutes now, I thought, for this game.
There's a few misses here that are out of unusual considering how she's been, but that's just because she's been so good.
Yeah.
Did you, by the way, read that about Osaka hiring a movement coach this year?
No, I didn't know that.
She's a former ballerina and the wife of her fitness trainer. And basically, they started working super hard on that movement. And in terms of her clay game in general, she just kind of dug into it and figured.
That's an interesting serve. That's an interesting serve from Iga. She hold because what we saw Naomi do a few points ago, she did exactly the same again, positioning herself for forehand, and Iga went down the tee, and it was far enough away that Naomi struggled to get a racket on it, and Iga holds. Huge hold. Has Osaka been...
The break point was a backhand down the line she missed, right?
The break point, yeah. Was it backhand on the line? Was it backhand into the... Yeah. Has Osaka been this dialed in for any match? Well, I think you just pretty much watch every match as she ran to the 2020 US Open title. I think she was just in her own zone that year, I think.
I mean, against Azarenka in the final, she was getting outplayed for like a set and a half.
Yeah, but then she probably dialed in. Listen, does Swiatek ever use a drop shot? Well, that goes to show that Ghibli's barely been here for the last 18 months, because it's a topic that's risen quite a few times on this show about how she just has abandoned that.
It was by design, like, you know, they eliminated it out of her game in 2020. I don't think the drop shot here like would change much though. Like, you know, she's rarely really in position. Like Naomi is playing still, like even on the defense, she's playing pretty close to the baseline. She's avoiding getting dragged from corner to corner by these, you know, high-speed counters and stuff. And against a shot like that, you're not gonna play a drop shot. It's just impossible.
Yeah, right. And there's too much depth on the shot sometimes as well.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I mean, some of her like break points down, the forehands she's been hitting like right on the baseline has been incredible too. So. I don't think the drop shot really would have been a factor here. Just like against Sabalenka, it wouldn't have been. Could be against some defenders, but like she's beating the defenders anyway, right? She's only losing to players who like blast her off the court, who take time away, who literally take the racket out of her hands. And Osaka is still doing incredible stuff here.
Yeah, I'm not sure tactically. It's all about the execution from both players, really.
5-2.
Wow. But it's still only one break.
Is your feed okay, by the way?
My feed's okay, but I'm still 20 seconds behind you, Damien.
I just realized we could have made a joke about your feet being like warm or whatever. But no, anyway, my feed is just like, I don't know, just a lot of, not static, but like, I don't know, just random lines showing up. But I guess it's still watchable.
Incredible.
So, this is not quite Söderling beating Nadal, but
not quite. Yeah.
But
although I mean, given that Osaka was so rough on clay before this season, maybe even before this event, in round one even.
it's
But
on the women's side, I can't in the last few years I can't think of the French Open and right now at any tournament. I mean, Serena was losing finals, but it was finals against very good tennis players. I can't think of Iga's certainly not. I mean, I know she lost to Maria Sakkari, but since Iga was Iga, so since Iga won the French Open in 2020, maybe Iga herself being Simona Halep was an eyebrow raising result at the time, especially the comfort with which it was done. Ghosty saying he never hears about Söderling except for that match. Maybe it's a bit like Panenka with the penalty. You never hear. I mean, maybe
Söderling.
You hear about Söderling in terms of like talents who were wasted by injuries, right?
Yeah.
Didn't he get mono?
Yeah. No, not injuries, but health. Yeah, and injuries as well, like both, but mono as well too.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, he retired at like what 26, 7 when he was in the top 10.
Oh wow, that's brutal. That is brutal for Iga Swiatek. Love 15 again. Excellent depth there from Naomi Osaka, forcing the error, I would argue. Love 15. She is 3 points away from knocking out Iga Swiatek. That's still a long way as Iga's serving, but still, here we go. So, first serve here, Iga Swiatek. Just gone 8 o'clock. And you go down the T, forehand return, backhand Iga, backhand Naomi Osaka, forehand Iga Swiatek, forehand in. I was about to say into the net, not at all. For some reason, I thought that was heading to the net, but love 30. And that is, honestly, the confidence is just insane.
And it's unwavering for now. And there's not much time for it to start wavering.
Yeah. Love 30.
Here we go.
Second serve, I think.
Just had to kill a mosquito. First one I've seen this year.
Backhand has just landed in. Wow. That was centimeters. 15-30. Goff is up a break in the second set.
Yeah, there are some like shots hitting the baseline right now from Swiatek, hitting the lines. Everything is very low margin.
Wow.
Good bounce on that one there, which Naomi wasn't able to deal with. 30 all. So from love 30 to 30 all.
She definitely would rather not have to serve it out.
Yeah.
I think, yeah.
Good depth again there from Naomi.
She looked a bit anxious.
The ball is just getting a bit more bounce on it right now. But is that long? I think it is. Yeah. So 40-30. Just a bit of zip going off the ball at the moment. Nerlan here, just random stuff. Let's get those takes at the end of the match, whatever happens.
You're very cautious, John. You're still believing that she can turn it around.
Oh, she wins this game. Osaka's got to serve it out. Okay, Osaka hasn't been broken for a long time, but it's not like Iga hasn't had chances to break in this set, especially.
Right. 8 of them.
She's going to have in 2 games, yeah. And she's going to have to serve it out. She's going to have to serve it out.
And a wayward backhand that, you know, a little bit too wayward compared to what she's been hitting earlier.
This is the moment. Serving for the match, Naomi Osaka.
I know what you mean, Roland, by the way. Second round, yeah.
Incredible performance.
Yeah.
Can she close it out?
5-3, serving for the match. Forehand return. Now, Naomi, how is your nerve? Pretty good. 15 love. A few more come-ons. And we've seen that shot a few times as well. I know we talked about the backhand down the line, but I've seen a few forehands in this third set as well down the line. Yeah, I know. I know. The moment the confidence is still there. 45 winners, Naomi Osaka, throughout the match. Down the tee, that's a wide. Pretty clearly wide first serve. So second serve here. Eager. Just got that crouching tiger position, ready to pounce. And she does. And that is a classic Iga Swiatek point, in my opinion, especially on clay. 15 all.
Will she find the hidden dragon? That's now the question, I guess, after what you said. She's already got the crouching tiger.
More of the same from the second set, Jerome. The second and third sets have been very similar, albeit that maybe a little bit more pressure on the Osaka serve.
Yeah, I mean, it's much closer in the third for sure, but like in terms of like other than the 2 games at the very beginning when Osaka was pushed, but just kept coming up with first serves on break points and incredible points on break.
I think she's gone long with that return.
Otherwise, it's pretty much the same. Yeah? Other than these first 2 service games of Osaka this set.
Matthew, you're absolutely right. She can't miss that one. She can't. But she did. And it's 30-15. And again, I think she had love 30 across on the Iga serve just now. So she's 2 points away again from victory, but this time on her serve.
Speaking of points you can't miss, though. Shots you can't miss.
Oh dear. I know what you're going to. I knew that was coming, yeah. 30 all.
This just felt like too much points, you know. Iga was so behind.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Again, now that's a sort of Rafa sort of miss in the Australian Open of 2012. Will you look back on that one when Rafa was up a break in the 5th? Okay.
I mean, right now we are talking about a monumental upset, a really ridiculously good match from one player. But let's say Iga breaks back and gets to 5-all, and we're talking about
exactly. And she's gone long there, Naomi Osaka.
Match of the year contender if that happens, right? I mean, you're not beating Sabalenka, Swiatek.
Oh my!
Or are you?
Oh dear.
Yeah. By the way, Roland, a few tournaments coming up in the Netherlands. And we're trying to get press passes left, right, and center. Send me a DM, Roland. 30-40.
Next point is pretty interesting.
Nice winner there from Naomi Osaka and a scream of, come on, juice.
He got, like, the return was okay, right? I mean, she just failed to reach it, like, at all.
Yeah. 9 now break points have come and gone in this set. 9 break points.
Because, like, suddenly we have Osaka putting first serves in, but Iga is also getting the returns done. But, well, it still doesn't matter.
You got a press pass, Roland? Forehand return here. Backhand. And we've got a match point now for Naomi Osaka.
That's okay.
To complete the best match of her clay career. The best match of her career as a whole, maybe. The conversation to be had if she wins.
So, match point. Where are you going with this one? Down the tee, but it's long. Just hold off on your emotions and thoughts, Damien, because I know you're a few seconds ahead.
Yeah, I know. I have already seen the point, but I didn't say it.
Naomi Osaka, where are you going with this one? Backhand return. Wonderful return from Iga Swiatek. And it's juice. Matthew's stream must be at the same level as yours, Damien, because the YouTube reaction is always about a few seconds behind. So he's seeing these points. But fortunately, he's not spoiling for me, but because he's just sort of writing in the chat and I'm seeing it just seconds before. No, Deuce. If Iga breaks back and Naomi Osaka still wins, that helps as well elevate this match. I don't think we're talking. Because if Iga breaks back and goes on to win the match 7-5 or 7-6, unless it's like a 21-19 tiebreak, it doesn't have quite the same. Okay. Oh, it's a second one, but that one was probably a little trickier and hit the tape. But it was similar in terms of the short ball, but was probably a little trickier.
Oh my God.
Yeah, a little trickier than that other one that she dumped into the net earlier. But now we've got break point, Iga Swiatek. Iga's going to be sensing something here. She's starting to think about it, Roland. I agree.
This sport is...
I know. Good first serve. But what's she going to do with this one? Oh, no! 3 points like that in that last game were very similar, albeit they finished in very different ways.
Yeah, this is the nerves we were talking about earlier. I mean,
that's right, and that's why I forget who it was in the chat saying, "Oh, but she's won grand."
I mean, it's 4-5. Like, let's not put it at 5-all yet. But
no, but
maybe it's actually going to be easier for her to do it on return. Who knows? But
maybe. But now it's 50-50, right? Is it? Are we 50-50 yet?
I think we're going to be 50-50 at 5-all. Like, I still don't think like
5-all, and it's 70-30. That's how huge every point is now.
No, but that's how well Osaka has been playing. I don't think Iga deserves that much of a benefit of doubt, really. But yeah, 1 match point saved. Pretty like flunky, I would even say, backhand return cross court, but she didn't hit it too clean. But it was aggressive. She did land it. 4-5. Let's go.
Alan, not yet. Not yet. Not yet anything. I said not yet. Everyone was saying, oh, Iga's lost. And I said, not yet. Equally, Iga's not won yet.
Iga's not got into 5-all, which, like, just, it's not a given whatsoever.
No.
It's not, John Isner serving at 4-5 after breaking back.
Okay.
It is kind of like Novak Djokovic serving at 4-5, though. Although also not, because Novak is serving much better, of course, than Iga in general.
Yeah. But yeah, Novak makes sense. Lovely backhand winner there. I think she got a net cord, did she, during that rally? Because she put her hand up. No. I don't think so. Maybe there was a miss hit. Don't know. Either way, 15 love.
I don't remember the net, but anyway.
The thing is, if Iga wins, we just don't hear from Nerlan. That's the thing. He just disappears.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah. So that's the pity. We can't then go, hey, Nerlan, what about all those takes about, Iga being rubbish all of a sudden? I mean, basically was saying she's just rubbish. Very love.
I feel like Osaka was a little bit more timid there on some of those shots, those forehands.
Yeah. She's got to
well, regardless of the result here, this will appear in the match of the year conversation. I don't know.
Conversation, yeah, and maybe
when will it be ranked? If it will be ranked in the top 5/7, I don't know, but it will appear in the conversation like 100%.
Yeah.
It's been a pretty ridiculous match from mostly one player, but giving us something with her fight and this miss. Well,
I think she's annoyed with someone in the crowd, maybe shouting out during that point.
Someone shouted, "Iga, you've got this," and then she probably broke up.
It does annoy me when people are so ignorant they think the point is done.
Yeah.
It's maybe just if you don't know about the sport, fine, but don't do anything or say anything during a point. Actually, it's not about the sport. It's just about gravity and mathematics and just seeing where a ball is. And if you
No, but like it is about feeling, because like it mostly happens when you think the other player will not get to the shot, right?
Yeah, but still wait.
And well, that's
Just
not
wait.
gravity,
Then. It's just
kind of
stupidity. Then.
lack of experience, I guess, mostly, or stupidity, or just heckling. You know, people are nasty.
40-15. Yeah, I think they're just idiots. I bet if I met them at a party, I can suss them out. So you're the sort of person who thinks the point's over when it's not. Yeah. Right. 40-15. Ooh, that's landed in, yes. 40-30.
You see that last forehand? Like that was so much spin on it as well. Like it was super heavy.
Yeah.
Now I've seen it. Wow.
What, you've just seen the swing volley from Naomi, from Iga?
No, the forehand.
No.
Oh, okay, forehand winner, yeah. Okay, 40-30 here.
To get past
game point here. Of course, if it gets to deuce, then we're suddenly in, first serving at the net. We're suddenly into Osaka consents victory again. She's had a match point, hasn't she, on the Iga serve, I think, wasn't it? At 30-40, if I'm right. I think. I don't think
Osaka serve.
Oh, it was on the Osaka serve. Was it 40-30 maybe? Or
yeah.
I'm just struggling with my memory right now. I'm anything but Steve Flink, that's for sure. Okay, backhand clipping the net, I think. Didn't that clip the net? She didn't apologize for it if it did.
I don't think
Pretty
so.
sure.
Oh.
That clipped the net, right? No apology. Considering the friendship, yes, it did.
Did it?
Yeah. Clip the net.
Well, he said neck or the commentator there, but it did get the net.
Yeah.
Really? Yeah, like briefly, right? Like didn't change the trajectory, or
no, slowed it down a bit. Maybe it's still a winner anyway if it goes over. But whatever. Deuce. Swiatek to serve. Forehand return. Now the confidence is back, perhaps, because that was a great return. That's another nice forehand. But she's put that forehand wide. She's
very
annoyed
similar
with
to that 15-41, right?
Yep.
A little overcooked this time. But like that, there's a real shot at the match point as well. Yeah.
Was that 15-40 when? Yeah, on Iga's serve a few games ago when I think people were talking about match points then in the thing where she could have got the double break. So game point for Iga.
It wasn't a 15-40 3 games ago. Like that was just one singular break point from deuce.
Okay.
But I mean, here Naomi hit a similar forehand at 15-40 to save the first game point.
Iga puts it away and it's 5-all. Nolan, sometimes with your comments, I wonder if you're watching any tennis match.
Well, by now we are definitely properly in match of the year territory.
Second match of the year, second after
As in, match of the year territory, as in big close contention for the title. And who knows, maybe even that title. We'll see.
Probably got to go to a tiebreak, and it's probably got to have a Naomi Osaka winning 10-8.
I don't think so.
16-14.
I mean, the story is huge anyway, even if Iga just wins here. From 2-5, because it's not against like Claudia Jean-Jean, right? It's against Naomi Osaka. It's against an effing 4-time major champion.
Badosa Malta. Double fault, Naomi Osaka. And those white guys.
That was the first point of that game, guys. Just to be clear, by John's reaction, you maybe would have thought it's a match point, but no.
It's just because of the mental sort of not collapse, but yeah, if she loses it, yeah. Look, here's another one, but she puts it away, 15-all. But it just reminded me of the 3 short balls that she was unable to put away when she got it out.
It didn't feel obvious that she was gonna just do it.
It was probably harder actually because she's actually got a stretch for that one. She's almost into the tram lines there.
It was like on the run, kind of, right? Yeah.
It was harder than the 3 that she failed on.
It was.
Down the tee. Good return from Iga, to be fair, in that situation, because she was on the stretch. She's going to be struggling here to stay in this point, Naomi, no matter how much her movement is improved. And it's 15-30. Iga has the bit between her teeth. Are we surprised the RG crowd is mostly back in Osaka? No, not really. Takes a while for these crowds to be won over. I mean, Rafa, even after a couple of French Opens, was still struggling. It's only now it's completely different. Plus, there may be some Americans there, maybe some Japanese. And I think Iga upset people with the fact that she was annoyed with the crowd a few points ago. Anyway, 15-30. And they may want the upset.
Very often root for the upset. Yeah, like it's a pretty natural psychology thing, right? To root for the Goliath instead of the David. I mean, the other way around. To root for the David.
Rafa's the exception to that rule, I think. But yeah.
I mean, obviously, if you have someone who you love that dearly, or if it's like a home country player as well, then yeah. But as a general thing, we do root for the underdog. As humanity, really.
Naomi could have done with that first serve landing in. Okay, second serve here. Iga will be sensing something, and you just feel another break of serve. Oh, like Naomi.
You like that sensing something phrase. I think he used it at the Nuno Borges press conference as well, right?
Did I? I don't remember. I said, did I say something about sensing something to Nuno? Is this after he lost?
But
no, after he won.
Oh, okay. 30-40, Osaka to serve. There's another one that just goes wide, just like the previous point on the first serve. So second serve here. It's a funny sort of action there from Naomi as she's bouncing the ball. Decent return. Naomi, that's a great forehand winner.
But that's kind of on Iga, though, right? I mean, the return was...
Yeah, I said...
She didn't recover to the middle. She was like completely out of the point. Yeah. And Naomi didn't need to like even flinch to be in position for this one.
But that forehand winner was what Osaka was hitting for the best part of 2 sets, but just was going away from her for 2 or 3 games, which is why Iga's back in this match. Deuce. How many match points has Osaka had? 1, 2?
1.
It's an ace. Just the one?
Yeah.
Okay.
The backhand return cross court from Swiatek. She was like kind of on the stretch, Osaka, and didn't manage to hit it back.
Tell you what is quite funny is I think everyone has a slightly different take on this match, except Nerlan, who's just winning on his own little island.
Not sure. I mean, what's the different take? I mean, Osaka is playing unbelievable, and Swiatek is like surviving on pure grit. Like she hasn't really been.
Here's one take that's just slightly different. Is the fact that Naomi will be fine. She's not going to suffer from the nerves because she's been here before and she's worn the t-shirt.
I mean, with things like that, we're mostly just guessing, right? And often, like, even if you are nervous, like, it might not show, you know. Let's say Osaka...
Everyone in the chat was basically, Naomi's done this, Iga's no longer the player we think she is, and those kind of rash.
That's too much, yeah.
In that 5-3 game, Osaka just finds 3 aces in a row. Like, you might not see the nerves. The nerves will not come into play.
Backhand hit to the backhand of Iga, deuce hit. That's a lovely backhand down the line. Really flat. Why is she going towards the chair? To change her racket, potentially? Look at that low neck clearance. But that's just
so hard that she broke it.
Maybe, yeah. That is lovely.
This is just going to be a 10-minute juice game just to elevate it to game of the year.
Maybe.
Match of the year. Yeah.
If it's a 10-minute juice game, Swiatek breaks.
No, it has to go to a tie break to maximize the...
Breaking doesn't mean there won't be a tie break.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, right. But okay. Second serve here for Iga to look at. Game point for Naomi Osaka.
feel like I haven't eaten in 8 hours, which is true.
Net cord is not going to help Naomi Osaka. Swing volley from Iga puts this one away, unlike the previous one, and it's back to deuce. I just wish that people were louder about the empty seats thing, because it drives me nuts. You'll get someone from the tennis channel. I'll tell you how full the stadium's going to be. 1,000 people will retweet it and get pumped and sign up for the tennis channel, and then like 8 people will say, "Oh, it's a scam." First serve is long there. I think it was long. She takes back the same ball though.
Every single point feels like it's like of the utmost importance right now as well.
Mm-hmm. And I'm watching this rally right now.
It might decide the French Open winner, even what we are seeing right now.
Oh, a net cord. There's been a few net cords. Bloody hell, you lucky mofo.
I mean, it wasn't that lucky in terms of the net cord, right?
Yes,
it was going over, and it actually like didn't set it up well for the
I
point.
know, but of course, with any kind of net cord has got an element of luck to it, in that it could just bounce back on you.
She doesn't think so.
No, Iga didn't put her hand up, no. But she'll put her hand up as Naomi's about to serve here, no doubt. Okay. Oh, that's a wild first serve. We've got a break point here again for Iga. Not quite 3 hours on the clock. Second serve. Don't double fault there, Naomi. You do double fault, and we've got the break of serve. It's a mental collapse that I said is very, very possible. Iga's got to be feeling good now, because she just knows how anxious her opponent is. One of the reasons why an Iga loss here would be exciting is just because it suddenly makes the French Open fascinating. And it's kind of fascinating on the men's side at the moment.
Yeah, kind of fascinating at the moment anyway.
Right now, yes, but in 5 minutes, we kind of go back to square one. You know, maybe this is
Maybe we don't.
Maybe this is an indication of something to come. I agree, like we saw in Australia with
like
Iga
Sabalenka later, troubling her the same way. I don't know.
Yeah, but we do go back to square one for now.
Yeah.
So, Iga Swiatek to serve for the match. 5-2 down she was in this set. That's 4 games in a row, I guess, yeah. So, 6-5. First serve return, backhand of Iga into the backhand of Naomi. Oh, it's gone out. I'm pretty sure it did go out as well. It's going to be checked, but I think it did go out. No, it's calling it in. So we're going to replay the point, which might...
I'm seeing a Hawkeye of this, and it's super close, but it's in.
Yeah, which could annoy Naomi because she would have had a short ball to deal with. But then again, though, who knows, given her reputation on short balls in the last few games. Okay, so Iga to serve. 6-5 still. Replay the point with a first serve, of course. Oh, ball toss gone awry. Keep believing, Naomi. Keep believing. That'll help your belief. Love 15 as Iga errs, putting the backhand into the tram lines. Yeah, she might get tight. Love 15.
We really need a tie break.
I know, but I think even if we go to a tiebreak, I'm still backing Iga.
And let me remind you, the tiebreak is to 10 points.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you had a chance there on that return, Naomi. 15 all.
So it's way less random. It's a lot longer.
Mm-hmm.
It's not quite Rybakina Blinkova long, or at least it doesn't have to be, but it is a lot longer than the usual one.
Yeah.
More fair.
15 all. First serve here for Iga. 2 hours 55 on the clock. Are we going to get to 3 hours in this match? I think we might need a tiebreak. Oh, dearie me, Naomi. I mean, it wasn't an easy return, but it was certainly makeable. 30-15. Iga Swiatek, who just 10 minutes ago, her career was over. She was a poor clay courter and is basically a nobody in the sport. 30-15. Second serve. But we've seen... she was thinking about stepping into the court, and then I think she just remembered this is on the ad side. So she stays behind the baseline, does Naomi. Second serve here for Iga. Thought she was going to double fault for a second. Backhand Iga into the backhand of Naomi. Good depth there from Naomi. Forehand from Iga. Forehand to forehand right now. That's a really good forehand from Iga. It's a short ball from Naomi. She's on the run. She lands it in, but that's an unbelievable backhand winner from Iga Swiatek. 40-15, 2 match points. As Swana suggests, Nerland's gone into mourning. We won't hear from him for a while. I really would love to just go back on all these takes.
That's just, by the way, wow.
Yeah.
I didn't want to say anything, but I was just sitting there with my mouth open, jaw on the floor.
It was an amazing backhand winner. 40-15, Iga Swiatek.
The whole rally, the moment, the shoot as well.
Okay, so Swiatek to serve. First serve here, 2 hours 57 on the clock. Here we go. First serve is into the net, which is, I think, some good news for Naomi Osaka, but she's going to have a couple of helpings of good news right now with facing 2 match points. Iga Swiatek to serve. Where are you going with this? You are going into the backhand of Osaka. Decent return, but it's a nice forehand from Iga into the backhand now. Oh, the backhand's gone wide from Naomi Osaka, and Iga Swiatek is through to round 3. Just a clench fist from her. Not quite as exultant as you might imagine. Nice little embrace from the 2 players at the net. But this is Iga Swiatek's backyard. You've got to do a lot to beat her here. Naomi threw the kitchen sink at Iga Swiatek, and even then, Iga was robust enough to repel it. Those short balls, as Naomi was trying to serve it out, though, those 3 points, 2 of which went into the net, and the third of which went long, all on the backhand side from memory, and all you would expect her to put away, should put away, but if it's the moment, which it was, there was a double fault as well when she was trying to serve it out too. But listen, Naomi Osaka, you've got a lot to be proud of. And I think it's almost, in defeat, it seems such a weird thing to say, but it almost feels like Naomi Osaka is back every match now and every tournament she enters into. It's almost like, okay. I mean, it's another huge step forward in her return to the tour from having had a kid.
It is. I think, we're not going to see like the full Naomi Osaka until we get the hardcourt swing probably. But this was the best match she's ever played on clay by far. I don't care that she lost it. Was it the best match she's ever played? In general, maybe you could make the argument, but of course the little choke she had at 5-3, it does sort of make you feel, okay, we can't really say that. But yeah, I mean, she was probably the more impressive player today. I mean, she was just unbelievable, almost from start to finish. Like the fight in the first set, we are already impressed. But then sets 2 and 3, she just completely dominates the baseline. She speaks, her serving is just so incredible down break points, especially. And obviously, the way she was just sort of still defending pretty effectively, playing close to the baseline. And avoiding Iga, just like sending her from one corner to another or anything, just hitting these rapid counters. It was fantastic. And she was the more impressive player today in terms of the game. I mean, definitely. But Iga was the one who was more impressive in terms of the grit.
Yeah. It was grit that got her through. I'm going to come to you in a second, Eddie. Hang on.
Than I ever expected. So, you know, for sure, I'll be more ready next time. But Naomi played, you know, amazing tennis with really loose hand, and you know, sometimes risking a lot. But she was playing in, so yeah, she played really great tennis. And yeah, maybe she's gonna be clipboard specialist for a while. So for sure, I'm happy that she's back and she's playing well. And I want to say one thing. I'm sorry to even bring that. I have huge respect for you guys, and I know that we are playing basically for you because this is entertainment, and we're also earning money because of you. But sometimes, you know, under a lot of pressure, when you scream something during the rally or right before the return, it's really hard to be focused. I usually don't bring this up because I want to be.
Yeah. Some of Damien's brothers there in the crowd.
So yeah, but we're guys, you know, this is serious for us.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just hard to accept that because we're playing for the same.
Oh, Nick Carter joining the chat.
Here to win.
Das Preisgeld und die Zuschauer, die alles geben.
Anyway, it's funny how she's gone off on one about that, but
she still won.
yeah. When I say off on one, that sounds negative. I didn't mean like that. It's just an interesting tangent. Anyway, that's what I meant. So there we go. Iga Swiatek, of course, through to the third round where we may well be playing Buskova. That's a match, of course, that's been delayed because of the rain until tomorrow. Eddie, give us your sort of hot take on that match as we try and cool down.
Yeah, just kind of blown away, really. I don't know, like, because in the first set, I mean, Iga pulled away. She was up, what, like 4-2, up a break, right? And then, I thought, but then I thought, like, Osaka did really well to fight back. And right up until the tie break, you felt like she was the better player. But then it was just, and in a way, maybe that's a sort of the story of the match, is that Iga, when it came to the important points, she actually pulled it, you know, she did better. And then, going into the second set, it was impressive because just how Osaka responded there, because she just, you know, she came out.
She just went into overdrive.
Yeah, just obviously to stay mentally, like, you know, on top and you know, believing that she can just going for it. Yeah, and then she did. And that's it was ridiculous second set. Just everything that she was hitting was amazing. Just backhand. How many times did she hit that backhand down the line? But and then going into the final set, she really was on top until, I mean, she broke, early, right? And then she kept on going. Yeah. And, but then, just, I think
double break.
There were chances for a double break. And so, you know, Iga did well to just sort of hang in there and hang on there, because she did pretty well, if I remember, in those games to stay, you know, to prevent it from Osaka from running away with it. And then and then unfortunately, I think for Osaka, she just, when it came to her having to serve out for the match, the nerves came in there, and Iga stepped up and took that, and really that's what it was. Is then after that, Iga just sort of stepped up, and she took control, and then she was the one who won the match in the end. So just the champion doing what champions do, is that they especially in this game, you know, they know how to play the important points well, and that's what, you know. You see, Djokovic has done so many times as well, but
yeah. I mean, also we've got Patrick Mouratoglou here weighing in on the old match of the year debate. He's obviously trying to worm his way in to our show at the end of the year, and that's obviously what he's doing with that tweet. We all know that. Look, Gasper here tweeting. Lucky Gasper was obviously there to witness it. Wow, current world number 1 and 3-time Roland Garros champion Iga Swiatek saves a match point and wins the last 5 games to defeat Osaka. This will go down as one of the best battles in recent years. Also one of the greatest comebacks. Magnifique. Damien, Iga now. Do we go? I was saying before, if she does prevail, you know, when it was 5-3 down, 5-all, etc., then we are back to square one. But maybe her opponents, Buskova potentially in the next round, maybe even Ostapenko later down the road, or Coco in the semis, maybe they can take some belief from what Naomi was able to do today.
Maybe they can. If they do, I don't think it's going to happen until like the quarterfinals onwards. I mean, obviously, this doesn't feel like the the Australian Open. When at the Australian Open, like from start to finish, she didn't really have her timing. She wasn't feeling comfortable on the courts in Melbourne. And here it's different. Like, I can't say she played poorly. There were moments when maybe she was like allowing Osaka just for a bit too much. But sure, like it still was a very okay match from her, even if she got it down on pure grit. And like it was, you know, she wasn't the more impressive player tennis-wise on the court, but still she was playing fine. But yeah, if it happens, maybe it's going to be later in the event that some players will take. I mean, I don't think Ostapenko needs any confidence against Iga, right? I mean, she's going to come out thinking she's going to blast the court. I don't know if she will, but like, yeah, she probably doesn't need it. Someone who could need it would be like, I don't know, Keys. I think Rybakina and Sabalenka both also would have a lot of confidence. Maybe Collins, although she probably has all the confidence in the world right now. So I don't think it's truly that important. But yeah, I mean, it's a sort of a parallel we need to touch on, definitely. Given the comeback, Australian Open round 2 was like slightly similar, and then Iga went out the next round. I just don't think this particular check will really do it. But by the way, like I was also on the stream for Sabalenka Swiatek in Madrid, and I'm not going to tell you now which match is better, which match should be match of the season or anything. But I have to say I'm feeling a lot more emotional after this one. Like, there are simply, you know, matches, moments sometimes that kind of like remind you why you're watching this bloody sport for 10 hours a day. And yeah, I'm feeling like that right now.
Yeah, nice. The last person to go on to win a Grand Slam, having saved match point, at least on the women's side, but maybe both sides, I think Naomi Osaka, 2020 Australian Open. Saved a match point against Muguruza.
Yeah, Muguruza would have won the Australian Open if she won that. But yeah, maybe it's possible. We'd have to like properly go back, but it definitely wasn't Swiatek in any of her runs.
Yeah.
Did Sabalenka Sabalenka eventually lost against Goff, but I guess Sabalenka could have had a shot in the US Open at the US Open last year, right? But then it didn't happen because she didn't win the title.
Right. You're talking about Rybakina in the final, maybe even, because Rybakina was obviously saving match points in that final.
No, I'm thinking of Sabalenka Keys in the semis, and then Sabalenka losing to Goff. But of course, Sabalenka lost the final.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Well, another epic stream. When I say another one, they're not always epic. And but we'll be coming back later on this evening for Last Ball Drops. Eddie, thank you for joining us today until the early hours of the South Korean morning.
Thank you.
Yeah, tennis prolonging your evening in particular, and just delaying the Yannick Sinner Richard Gasquet match, which I am pretty confidently predicting will not be an epic like this one. Having said that, 3 hours ago, I was thinking this one wouldn't be an epic at all. And we certainly got one in the end. And maybe the roof did contribute just 1 or 2%. But the person probably contributed most to it was Naomi Osaka, who just, without a doubt, put in her best clay court performance, but even one of her best performances of her career. And even then, still wasn't quite enough to beat Iga Swiatek at the French Open, which until now, Maria Sakkari, I think, is the only person to have done so since 2019. We'll see if that continues for the next 10 days. For those of you just tuning in anyway, thank you. And thank you for joining us throughout this ride. And yeah, we'll see you on a stream very soon. Take care, everybody. And bye-bye. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
Ready? Play.
My name is Clara Towson, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
I am Francisca George, and I'm a friend of the show.
Perfect.
Hi, my name is Susan Leemans, and I'm a friend of the show.
My name is Zainab Sammaz, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
Hey guys, my name is Sasha Vickery, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
Hi, my name is Lloyd Harris, and I'm a friend of the show.
Perfect.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Paolini, and I'm a friend of the show.
Wow, Jasmine, you got it in one time. Hey, thanks for taking the time to, well, you haven't got any choice, actually. I'm just talking at you, if you like. But I'm here also to present to you why I think it's not a bad idea and not that expensive as well if you become a member. And this is how you can do it, and this is what you can gain. So if we look here at the Talking Tennis sort of home page, if you like, on YouTube, we can see this little button here which says join. It is also pinned in the live chat as well, and you can also, I think, see it just below most of our videos, certainly the live ones and so on. Now, why is it a good idea to join and become a member? Well, in the live chat, you can add little funny things, you can add emojis and all sorts of things, but possibly more importantly, you can get to access some live videos, such as this one here, where we look back on the last sort of few moments from the Billie Jean King Cup. So there are little bonuses such as this one, but there are many, many more. And in fact, if we have a quick look at all of the members only stuff, I repeat, you will see very, very quickly some of the top stuff that we've had for members only over the last 12 months since the channel began. Remember, these videos are for members only. You can become a member from as little as about $2 a month, €2 a month, £2 a month, something like that. There are various different things. Oh, and by the way, you'll also be supporting the channel. So it's a win, 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 win scenario. Let me just show you some of the members only stuff. For example, we've got an exclusive little clip there talking to Laura Siegmund, Laura Tsurenko, her encore interview, some doubles footage there from Monastir, the Germany press conference pre-tournament Billie Jean King Cup, Claire Burrell talking as well to the media in her press conference in Monastir, Storm Hunter and Alicia Parks interview, Rebecca Masarova, her press conference, Coco Gauff exclusive for members only, albeit it was in Madrid, but these are just some of the things, some of the interviews and etc. Like Lestien here, a chat with him, Emma Navarro, and so on and so forth. So many little bonus videos available for just €2 a month. So what are you waiting for? Become a member. Or don't. It's okay.